Shalom, shalom. So, Lucky, so we back with it, man. What I want to hop into, starting out.
I know it's final season right now for a lot of you guys, and Grammarly has a lot of useful free functions, such as the auto citations feature. This feature generates full and in-text citations.
No ads out on all platforms.
In this video, we're going to focus on intermolecular forces. We're going to go over ion-ion interactions, ion-dipole, dipole-dipole interactions, including hydrogen bonds, and we're going to talk about the difference between inter- and intramolecular forces, as well as going over London dispersion forces and van der Waals forces. And towards the end of the video, we're going to go over some examples. I'm going to give you a list of compounds, and then you can determine what type of interaction is found in each compound. So let's go ahead and begin. So let's start with the ion-ion interaction. So let's say if we have two ions, the sodium plus ion and the chloride ion. Opposite charges attract. A positive charge and a negative charge are attracted to each other. And so they're pulled together by a force called an electrostatic force. That electrostatic force is proportional to the charge and inversely related to the distance between them. So for example, let's say if we have the calcium plus 2 ion and the oxide ion. Notice that the magnitude of the charges is greater. So therefore, the interaction between calcium and oxide is greater than the interaction between sodium and chloride because the charge is greater. So the higher the charge, the greater the ionic interaction. So as charge increases, the electrostatic force will increase. And as the size of the ions increase, the electrostatic force will decrease. And there's another equation that's associated to this interaction. It's called lattice energy. Lattice energy is proportional to the magnitude of the charges and inversely related to the distance between them. But for electrostatic force, the distance is squared, but for lattice energy, it's not squared. So here's a question for you. Consider these two ionic compounds, aluminum nitride versus magnesium oxide. Now, in both compounds, we have a metal and a nonmetal, so we know it's ionic in nature. But which of these two ionic compounds will have a higher melting point? The one that's going to have a higher melting point is the one that has more lattice energy. It's the one where the electrostatic forces between the two ions are greater. Now, aluminum has a positive 3 charge. Nitride has a negative 3 charge. Magnesium has a plus 2 charge. And so oxygen has a minus 2 charge. If you multiply Q1 and Q2, if you find the products of their charges, for aluminum nitride it's 3 times 3, so it's 9. And for magnesium oxide, it's going to be 2 times 2, so it's going to be 4. So therefore, we should expect that aluminum nitride should have a higher melting point because the ion-ion interactions are very strong in aluminum nitride. So let's compare sodium fluoride and potassium chloride. Between these two, which one has more lattice energy? Which one's going to have a higher melting point? So sodium is smaller than potassium. Potassium is larger because in the periodic table, potassium is below sodium, and they both have a plus 1 charge. Now, fluoride is smaller than chloride. So the magnitude of the charge is the same, but because sodium fluoride is smaller than sodium chloride, we should expect that sodium fluoride should have a higher melting point. It has more lattice energy because we remember that we said that as the size of the ions increase, the lattice energy will decrease. So the lattice energy for potassium chloride is smaller because potassium chloride is larger. But in the case of sodium fluoride, as you decrease the size of the ions, the lattice energy goes up, and the strength of the electrostatic force or the ion-ion interaction that holds the sodium and chloride ions together, is going to be stronger because those ions are smaller. So now, let's go over the ion-dipole interaction. So, you know what an ion is? An ion is basically a particle with an unequal number of protons and electrons. So what is a dipole? But real quick, let's go over definition of ions. So looking at aluminum, this is the aluminum atom. It has a charge of 0. The 13 is the atomic number, the mass number is 27. Aluminum has 13 protons because the atomic number is 13. Protons are always equal to the atomic number. It has 14 neutrons, which is the difference between the mass number and the atomic number. And it has 13 electrons because it's an atom. So as you can see, an atom has an equal number of protons and electrons. But the aluminum ion has a positive 3 charge. The protons is still equal to 13. The number of protons is always equal to the atomic number. The neutrons is 14. Now, the number of electrons is equal to the atomic number. I'm going to write AN for atomic number minus the charge. So in the case of aluminum, it's going to be 13 minus plus 3. So aluminum has 10 electrons. So this is an ion. Ions have charges and they have unequal number of protons and electrons. So the aluminum plus 3 ion has 13 protons. Each proton has a positive charge and it has 10 electrons. If you add plus 13 and negative 10, you're going to get a net charge of positive 3. So that's what an ion is. A dipole is a substance that has 2 charges, where one side is positive and the other side is negative. So this is a dipole. A di means 2. So there's 2 poles of charge. So molecules that is overall neutral, where one side is positive and the other side is negative, that is a dipole. A good example is carbon monoxide. Because oxygen is more electronegative than carbon, oxygen is going to pull the electrons toward itself. And therefore, oxygen is going to carry a partial negative charge, and carbon is going to have a partial positive charge. So this molecule is said to be a dipole. It's polar. Whenever one side is positive and the other side is negative, it's a polar molecule. And so that's what is meant by the term dipole. It has 2 poles of charge. So the interaction between the sodium cation, a cation is an ion with a positive charge, and water. This interaction is an ion dipole. Water is a polar molecule, and the reason why water is polar is because one side is negative and the other side is positive. So the oxygen atom of water has a partial negative charge. The hydrogen has a partial positive charge because oxygen is more electronegative than hydrogen. So oxygen pulls the electrons toward itself. So water is always polar. Because water always have a net dipole moment, it is said to be called a permanent dipole. A permanent dipole is a molecule that is always polar all the time. It never takes a break. Now the oxygen atom, which has a partial negative charge, is attracted to the sodium cation because it has a positive charge. So this electrostatic interaction, that is called an ion-dipole interaction, because it's the interaction between an ion and a polar molecule, and that's why it's called an ion-dipole interaction. So let's go over another example of an ion dipole. So another example is between the chloride ion, which is an anion. Anions are ions that have a negative charge, and between water. Now, the hydrogen part of water has a partial positive charge, and chlorine has a negative charge. So opposites attract, so these two atoms are attract to each other. And so this is another example of an ion-dipole interaction. So if you were to dissolve sodium chloride in water, the sodium cation is going to be surrounded by water molecules. And all of the oxygen atoms, which are attracted to the positive charge of the sodium cation, they're going to surround the sodium cation. So it's going to look like this. And so that's how water can dissolve salt, because the oxygen part of water is going to surround the sodium cation, and the chloride part is going to be surrounded by the hydrogen atoms that are found in water. And because hydrogen has a partial positive charge, it's going to be attracted to the negative charge of the chloride ion. And so, as you can see, the chloride ion solvates, or the water solvates the chloride ion. So these are all ion dipole interactions, and that's how water can dissolve sodium chloride, because they form strong ion dipole interactions. So the next intermolecular force that we're going to go over is the dipole-dipole interaction. So usually this is between two polar molecules. So an example will be between two carbon monoxide molecules. Now, as we mentioned before, we said that the oxygen part of carbon monoxide has a partial negative charge, and the carbon has a partial positive charge. So these two atoms are attracted to each other, and so therefore that is the dipole-dipole interaction. So as you can see, opposite charges or opposite atoms attract. Like charges repel, opposite charges attract, and that's always going to be the case. So between two polar molecules, you're going to have a dipole-dipole interaction. So another example could be like between one molecule of HBr and another molecule of HBr. So bromine is more electronegative than hydrogen. And so the hydrogen of one atom is going to be attracted to the bromine. The hydrogen of one molecule is attracted to the bromine atom of another molecule. And that interaction is known as a dipole-dipole interaction. Now, another specialized type of dipole-dipole interaction is the hydrogen bond. So let's look at the case associated with water. So anytime you have an interaction between hydrogen and nitrogen, oxygen, or fluorine, and if it's an intermolecular interaction, you have a hydrogen bond. So keep in mind, this OH bond is not the hydrogen bond. That is a covalent bond. In a covalent bond, the electrons are shared. Now, there's two types. You have polar covalent bonds and non-polar covalent bonds. In the non-polar covalent bonds, the electrons are shared equally. But in a polar covalent bond, the electrons are shared unequally. So, in a bond between hydrogen and oxygen, well, oxygen is more electronegative, so it pulls the electrons toward itself. And so it doesn't share the electrons equally, and that's why oxygen develops this partial negative charge. And hydrogen, which is electron deficient, develops a partial positive charge. However, the partially positive hydrogen atom is attracted to the partially negative oxygen atom of another water molecule. And the interaction between two different water molecules, or two separate water molecules, that is the hydrogen bond. So because the hydrogen bond is between two water molecules and not within a water molecule, the hydrogen bond is said to be an intermolecular force. The word inter means between. So an intermolecular force or interaction in the case of water is between two water molecules. And so the hydrogen bond is a type of intermolecular interaction. Now the covalent bond, it's inside or within a single water molecule. So the covalent bond is an example of an intramolecular interaction or molecular bond. So the word intra means inside or within. So that's the difference between an intramolecular bond or intramolecular force versus an intermolecular force. So an intramolecular bond or force is inside a molecule within a single molecule, and an intermolecular bond or force is between two separate molecules. So hydrogen bonds, ion-ion interactions, ion-dipole, dipole-dipole interactions, these are considered intermolecular interactions or forces. The next type of intermolecular force that we're going to talk about is the London dispersion force, also known as the van der Waals force. Now, these type of forces, they're found in everything. Any type of molecule or ion have London dispersion forces. However, these forces are most significant in nonpolar molecules. Nonpolar molecules only contain London dispersion forces. So now let's understand what exactly is the London dispersion force. London dispersion forces, they come from very, very weak dipole interactions. So let's consider the neon atom. Let's say that's the neon nucleus, and here's the entire atom, and there's electrons around it. Now I'm just going to draw 6 electrons, but neon has much more electrons than 6, but for the sake of illustrative purposes, I don't want to draw like 18 electrons. So I'm just going to draw 6. Now notice that these electrons are distributed evenly around this atom. When the electrons are distributed evenly, it's not polar, it's going to be nonpolar. We don't have a distortion of charge. One side is not positive and the other side is not negative. It's neutral. Now, sometimes the electrons or the electron cloud can be distorted. So sometimes you might have more electrons on one side of the atom as opposed to the other side. And when that happens, what we have is a temporary dipole or momentary dipole.
From high-stakes emotional drama to dynamic combat to mini games you'll never stop playing, the Yakuza and Like a Dragon games have it all. If you've never played one before, or you're intimately familiar
dipole.
with the adventures of Kiryu and Ichiban, there's plenty to get excited about for the latest entry, Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth. Here are 5 reasons to play when the game launches on June.
It sees that there's a deficiency of electrons on this side. So this side has a negative charge, this side has a slight positive charge. So the electrons in this atom, they're going to drift towards the left side. And so as they drift towards the left side, they're going to develop a negative charge on the left and a positive charge on the right. And the interaction between these temporary dipoles, that is the London dispersion force. And these dipoles are very, very weak. So London dispersion forces are weaker than normal dipole-dipole interactions. So notice that this dipole was created by this dipole. So whenever a dipole is created by another molecule or atom, this is called an induced dipole because it was created by another atom or molecule. So whenever you have a created dipole, it's called an induced dipole, but specifically a temporary induced dipole because it doesn't last for very long. And so that's why London dispersion forces and van der Waals forces, they're associated with the term temporary induced dipoles. So keep in mind, hydrogen bonds are very, very strong dipole interactions. London dispersion forces are very, very weak dipole-dipole interactions. So now let's review the strength of the intermolecular forces. So the strongest is the ion-ion interaction. And then after that, we have the ion-dipole interaction. That's pretty strong. And then after that, the next strongest interaction is the hydrogen bond, which is a very, very powerful dipole-dipole interaction. It's a specialized type. And then you have your normal dipole-dipole interactions, which is typically between 2 polar molecules. By the way, if it has hydrogen bonds, it's a polar molecule as well. And then the weakest is the LDF, the London dispersion forces, or the van der Waals forces, the temporary induced dipole interactions. So you need to know the order of the strength of those intermolecular forces. So now let's go over a list of compounds. And what I want you to do is indicate the strongest intermolecular force that is found in that compound. So let's start with magnesium oxide. So magnesium is a metal, oxide is a nonmetal. And so there are ions that make up this crystal or this ionic compound. And because there's ions, we see that it has an ion-ion interaction. By the way, for each of these examples, feel free to pause the video and see if you can figure it out yourself. So what about KCl, potassium chloride, and water? So what is the strongest intermolecular interaction that is found between these two compounds? So potassium has a positive charge, and it's going to interact with water, particularly the oxygen atom of water, since the oxygen has a partial negative charge. And so that interaction is known as an ion dipole interaction. And keep in mind, the chloride ion, which has a negative charge, is going to interact with the hydrogen part of water, which has a partial positive charge. And so this is also considered an ion dipole interaction. So what about methane? What type of interaction is found in this compound? Now, whenever you have a hydrocarbon, that is a compound that is made up of only carbon and hydrogen, know that this compound is nonpolar. So other examples would be like benzene C6H6, ethane C2H6. If it is composed only of hydrogen and oxygen, it's nonpolar. And if you have a nonpolar molecule, the only type of force that's found in it is the LDF forces, the London dispersion forces. Now let's focus on methane. The carbon-hydrogen bond has a very, very weak dipole moment. Carbon has an electronegativity value of 2.5, and for hydrogen it's 2.1. Because the electronegativity difference is less than 0.5, the bond is considered to be nonpolar. And even though there's a small dipole moment, it points towards the carbon atom, because carbon is more electronegative. Now, because all of the hydrogen atoms are the same, all of these little dipole moments, they cancel. Notice that they all point in opposite directions. And so therefore, the net dipole moment is 0. So this molecule is completely nonpolar because all the dipole moments cancel. There's no net dipole moment. And so, because it's nonpolar, the only type of force that it has is London dispersion forces. Now, even though there's no net dipole moment, sometimes an induced dipole can occur. Sometimes, as you mentioned, temporary induced dipoles may occur within nonpolar molecules, but they're very, very weak. So those temporary induced dipoles are considered LDF forces. So what about the interaction between carbon dioxide and, well, just carbon dioxide for now? What type of intermolecular forces are found in this molecule? If you draw the Lewis structure, carbon dioxide looks like this. It's a linear molecule. It has a bond angle of 180, and the carbon is sp hybridized. Now, if you focus on a carbon-oxygen bond, oxygen has an electronegativity value of 3.5, and for carbon it's 2.5. So the electronegativity difference is greater than 0.5. It's about 1. And so the carbon-oxygen bond is considered to be a polar bond. So it has a very strong dipole. And whenever you want to draw the dipole moment, it points towards the more electronegative atom. But notice that it has 2 dipoles. So even though the bond is polar, notice that these arrows, they pretty much cancel because they point in opposite directions. So because it cancels, there is no net dipole. And so carbon dioxide is considered to be a nonpolar molecule. So because it's nonpolar, the predominant force is going to be LDF, London dispersion forces, and not dipole-dipole interactions. So make sure you're aware of that. So what about sulfur dioxide? What type of intermolecular forces are found in this molecule? So to draw the Lewis structure, let's add up the valence electrons. Sulfur has 6 valence electrons, and oxygen has 6, and there's 2 of them. So the total is 18. Now, if you subtract 18 by the highest multiple of 8, just under 18, multiples of 8 are 8, 16, 24, but 24 is too high. So if you subtract it by 16, you're going to get the number of electrons or dots that is on the central sulfur atom. So sulfur has 2 dots or 1 lone pair. And oxygen likes to form 2 bonds typically. So this is the Lewis structure of sulfur dioxide. So is this molecule polar or nonpolar? Now the sulfur-oxygen bond is fairly polar. Sulfur has an electronegativity value of 2.5, and oxygen is 3.5, so the bond is polar. But now these 2 arrows, do they cancel? It turns out that they do not cancel because of the bent shape of this sulfur dioxide molecule, and also the presence of this lone pair. Now let's go into physics. So we have a vector that goes in this direction and another vector that goes in this way. Do these 2 vectors cancel? Now each vector has a y component and they have an x component, or horizontal component. Notice that the horizontal components cancel, the blue lines, because one goes to the right and the other goes to the left, so they cancel out. However, the vertical components do not. The red lines, they both point in the same direction, so there's a net dipole moment that goes in a downward direction. And so therefore, sulfur dioxide is considered to be a polar molecule. So if it's polar, that means that it has dipole interactions. So let's draw the dipole interactions for sulfur dioxide. But let's draw it between 2 sulfur dioxide molecules. So oxygen bears a partial negative charge, and sulfur has a partial positive charge. So the sulfur in one molecule and the oxygen in another molecule, they will be attracted to each other because opposites attract. And so this is an intermolecular force because that interaction is between 2 separate molecules. But specifically, it's called a dipole-dipole interaction. Now keep in mind, a dipole is basically a polar molecule. So the reason why we have dipole-dipole is because there's 2 polar molecules. It's an interaction between 2 polar molecules. And so this is the dipole-dipole interaction between the sulfur dioxide molecules. Hydrofluoric acid. What type of intermolecular forces are found in this molecule? Now, this is hydrogen bonds because whenever H is bonded to N, O, or F, hydrogen bonds can occur. But keep in mind, the hydrogen bond is not the bond between H and F. That's an intramolecular bond or covalent bond, specifically a polar covalent bond, since the electrons are shared unequally. But the hydrogen bond exists between these 2 molecules, or between the hydrogen atom of one molecule and the fluorine atom of another. So opposites attract. The partially positive hydrogen atom is attracted to the partially negative fluorine atom, and that's the hydrogen bond. Notice that the electronegativity difference between hydrogen and fluorine is very large. Hydrogen has an EN value of 2.1, and for fluorine, it's the most electronegative element. It's 4.0. So it's a combination of 2 things: the very high electronegativity of fluorine, and also the very small size of hydrogen and fluorine. Those combined effects make hydrogen bonds very powerful. Now keep in mind, we said that the electrostatic force between either 2 atoms of opposite charge is Kq1, Q2 over R squared. So as the magnitude of the charge, Q, increases, the electrostatic force increases, and also the lattice energy goes up. And as the radius, or the size, decreases, the electrostatic force increases. So look at the difference in electronegativity. Because it's so high, that hydrogen bond is pretty strong. And also, the size of hydrogen and fluorine, because it's so small, also increases the electrostatic force, so which means that hydrogen bonds are very powerful forms of dipole-dipole interactions. Consider the interaction between methanol, CH3OH, and lithium chloride. Now, lithium chloride is ionic, and methanol, it's a covalent compound, so you know this is going to be an ion dipole. Lithium has a positive charge, and like water, oxygen has a partial negative charge, but I'm going to draw it like this. So the interaction between the partially negative oxygen atom and the positively charged lithium cation, that is an ion-dipole interaction. And then we have the chloride ion, which is attracted to the hydrogen part of methanol. Now this hydrogen has a partial positive charge, and so it's attracted to the negative charge of the chloride ion. And so that is also considered to be an ion-dipole interaction. So what about CH2O and CO? CH2O is formaldehyde. It looks like this. And CO is carbon monoxide. The carbon part has a partial positive, and the oxygen atom is partially negative. So there's an interaction between the oxygen of one molecule and the carbon of another. And there's also another interaction between these two atoms, because this is partially negative, that's partially positive. And so all of these are dipole interactions because both of these molecules are polar. So this interaction and this one is considered a dipole-dipole interaction. So now we're going to talk about which molecule has a higher boiling point. So we're going to go through some examples. So let's compare I2 versus Br2. Now the first thing you want to do is identify the strongest type of intermolecular force that's found in these molecules. Now whenever you have a molecule composed of one element, it's nonpolar. Now because both of these are nonpolar, the only type of intermolecular force that is found in it are LDF, London dispersion forces. Now when you're comparing two molecules that only have London dispersion forces, you need to look at the size. Iodine has more electrons than bromine because it has a higher atomic number. As the number of electrons go up, the polarizability of iodine goes up as well, which means that iodine has a greater chance or greater probability of having its electron cloud distorted, which means that it can form temporary induced dipoles easier, which means that it has more London dispersion forces. If it has more London dispersion forces, it has more overall intermolecular forces, and therefore iodine is going to have a higher boiling point than bromine. So let's say if you get a question like Cl2, I2, Br2, and F2, how would you rank the following molecules in order of increase in boiling point? Now in the periodic table, fluorine is the lightest, then you have chlorine, bromine, and then iodine. So as the size increases, the boiling point is going to increase because it's more London dispersion forces. All of these molecules are nonpolar, so they only have London dispersion forces or van der Waals forces as their predominant intermolecular force. So because iodine is the biggest, iodine, which has like a violet-purple color, it's going to have the highest boiling point, but we want to rank it in order of increase in boiling point. So let's start with the smallest. So the first one is fluorine. It's the weakest because it's the lightest gas molecule, and so it has the least amount of intermolecular forces. So next we have chlorine, and then after chlorine we have bromine. Bromine has like a reddish color, and then followed by that we have iodine. So boiling point increases as you go towards iodine because it has more intermolecular forces. It's larger. It has more electrons, and so it's more polarizable, and it has more LDF, London dispersion forces. It turns out that fluorine is a gas at room temperature, and the same is true for chlorine. It's a gas. Bromine is a liquid, but iodine is a solid at room temperature because iodine has the highest boiling point. So what about CH3OH versus CH4? Which one has a higher boiling point? Now CH4 is nonpolar, but methanol is polar because of the OH bond. Whenever you see an OH bond, it's always polar. Now because it has that hydroxyl bond or that OH group, it also has hydrogen bonds. Methane, which is nonpolar, only has LDF forces. If it has hydrogen bonds, particularly methanol, it also has like dipole interactions. And everything has LDF forces. So as we can see, methanol has more intermolecular forces than methane, which is CH4. So therefore, we should expect that methanol is going to have a higher boiling point because it has hydrogen bonds and methane doesn't have it. So it turns out that methane is a gas at room temperature and methanol is a liquid at room temperature. Gases have low boiling points. Solids have very high boiling points, by the way. So let's compare propanol, CH3, CH2, CH2OH, with methanol, CH3OH. So which one has a higher boiling point? Now, both of these molecules have hydrogen bonds, so they both are very polar. However, one of them has a higher boiling point than the other. So they both have H bonds, and they both have dipole interactions, and they both have LDF forces. So whenever they both have hydrogen bonds, the next thing you need to look at is the size. Propanol is significantly bigger than methanol, and because it has a larger size, it has more intermolecular forces due to the presence of more London dispersion forces. So the more atoms you have, the more the electrons there are, and so the greater the polarizability increases. So therefore, you're going to have more London dispersion forces because temporary induced dipole moments can be easily created with molecules that have a lot of electrons. So therefore, as the size increases, the LDF forces increases, and so the boiling point is going to go up. So propanol has a higher boiling point than methanol because it has more intermolecular forces, particularly LDF forces. Whenever the boiling point goes up, the vapor pressure goes down. So if you get a question that asks you which one is more volatile, you would say methanol. Methanol is more volatile because it has a higher vapor pressure but a low boiling point. So propanol has a higher boiling point, so I'm just going to say high BP, but it has a relatively low vapor pressure compared to methanol. Methanol, which has less intermolecular forces, is going to have a correspondingly lower boiling point, but it's going to have a higher vapor pressure. So methanol can easily escape to the gas phase compared to propanol. Propanol, it takes more energy for it to vaporize, and so propanol is going to be more on the liquid side, where methanol, it's a liquid at room temperature, but it has a lower boiling point, so it takes less energy for it to get to the gas phase. Now, let's go back to propanol and methanol. So we know that propanol has a higher boiling point. But now, let's talk about the solubility, particularly in water. Which compound is more soluble in water? Now, solubility really doesn't depend on the size. It depends more on the polarity. So, the OH part of the molecule is the polar region of the molecule. So, like dissolves like. Polar substances can dissolve in water. Non-polar substances, they don't dissolve well in water. Now, we said that anytime you have a compound that contains carbon and hydrogen, that part of the molecule is nonpolar. Carbon-hydrogen bonds are relatively nonpolar. So the CH3 part of this molecule is nonpolar. And this region is nonpolar as well. So which compound do you expect is going to have a higher solubility in water? Methanol is going to have a higher solubility in water because it's very polar. The nonpolar region is very small. Propanol can still dissolve in water, but it's going to have a correspondingly lower solubility in water compared to methanol. The reason being is it has a larger nonpolar region, and that part of the molecule doesn't like water. It wants to stay away from water. So the longer the hydrocarbon chain is, the less soluble it is in water. So propanol as a line structure looks like this. It has 3 carbons, 1, 2, 3. octanol, which has 8 carbons, octanol doesn't dissolve well in water. Its solubility is extremely very low. For the most part, it doesn't dissolve in water. So this is considered relatively nonpolar, even though it has a polar head, but because of this huge nonpolar tail, which is 8 carbons, overall this molecule is considered to be nonpolar. But propanol and methanol are still relatively polar. They dissolve well in water, but octanol doesn't dissolve very well in water. So,
earning a bachelor's degree doesn't have to put your life on hold. Not only does WGU have a generous transfer policy, but you get to complete coursework whenever works best for you. Study and take tests on your lunch break, after the kids go to bed, or with your morning coffee. Learn more and get started at wgu.edu.
Well, consider these 2 compounds. This is called neopentane. Pentane is a compound that has 5 carbon atoms. And on the right, we have normal pentane. So which of these 2 compounds has a higher boiling point? Pentane or neopentane? Now, the molecular weight is the same. Both of these compounds have 5 carbons and 12 hydrogens. Because they have the same chemical formula, but because they have different structures, they're called isomers. Specifically, constitutional isomers. Same chemical formula, but they're connected differently. So if they have the same molar mass, how do we know which one is going to have a higher boiling point? It turns out that straight chain alkanes have a higher boiling point than branched alkanes. So this structure is branched, so it's going to have a lower boiling point. So the reason why it has a low boiling point is because the surface area of neopentane is smaller than that of pentane. Because pentane is a straight chain alkane, it has a larger surface area. And so that's why it's going to have a higher boiling point. Because as the surface area increases, there's more contact space, so that there's more like room for temporary induced dipole interactions to occur. If you decrease the surface area, then there's going to be less interactions between molecules, and so there's going to be less less temporary induced dipole interactions, and thus less London dispersion forces. So the greater the surface area, the more you're going to have more intermolecular forces, more interactions between molecules, and so you're going to have a higher boiling point. And that's why the straight chain alkane has a higher boiling point than the branched alkane. So since pentane has a higher boiling point, neopentane has a higher vapor pressure. So neopentane is more volatile. It can evaporate better than pentane. Let's compare these 3 compounds, H2O, H2S, and H2SE. Now, on the periodic table, you have oxygen, sulfur, and selenium. Go ahead and rank these compounds in order of increase in boiling point. Now, H2O has hydrogen bonds, and H2S and H2SE are polar, because if you draw H2S, they all have a bent shape. So all of these molecules are polar. So because they're polar, they're going to have dipole interactions. Now, if you want to rank them in order of increase in boiling point, the one that has hydrogen bonds is going to have the highest boiling point. So that's going to be water. Now, between the remaining 2, the one that's going to have a higher boiling point is the one with the bigger size. So selenium is bigger than sulfur. So H2SE is going to have a higher boiling point than H2S. So the first thing you look at is hydrogen bonds. The one that has hydrogen bonds is going to have the higher boiling point. But then after that, look at size. Even though oxygen is the smallest, because it has hydrogen bonds, it's going to have the highest boiling point. After that, comparing sulfur and selenium, selenium is bigger. It has more electrons, so it's going to have more LDF, more London dispersion forces. And so that's why H2SE has a higher boiling point than H2S. So water has the highest boiling point, but hydrosulfuric acid, H2S, is going to have the highest vapor pressure. So water is a liquid at room temperature, but H2S is a gas at room temperature because it has a lower boiling point. Consider these 4 compounds: HF, HBr, HI, and HCl. Rank them in order of decrease in boiling point. So fluorine, and then comes chlorine, and then bromine, and then iodine. I wanted to list them the way they're written in the periodic table. So iodine is the heaviest. However, HF has hydrogen bonds. So therefore, HF is going to have the highest boiling point. And we're going to write this in decrease in order of boiling point. So the second highest is the one that's going to be the heaviest between chlorine, bromine, and iodine. Because iodine is bigger, it's going to be the next in line. So between HI, HCl, and HBr, none of them has hydrogen bonds. So now you have to look at size. So Br is bigger than Cl, so the next one is going to be HBr. And then after that, HCl is going to have the lowest. So HF has the highest boiling point. Boiling point increases towards HF. And HCl is going to have the lowest boiling point. So it's going to have the highest vapor pressure.
Old Spice gives you ridiculously long-lasting scent.
Alright, so we're gonna get another one on ionic and covalent bonding. Right?
In this video, we're going to discuss the difference between ionic and covalent bonding. In ionic bonding, electrons are transferred from one element to another, and typically ionic bonds contain ions. In a covalent bond, electrons are shared. But let's go over ionic bonding first. Let's consider the reaction between an atom of sodium and an atom of chlorine. Sodium, as an atom, has one valence electron. If you look where it is in the periodic table, it's in the first column. It's in group 1A of the periodic table, and elements in that group all contain one valence electron. A valence electron is simply the electrons in the last or outermost energy level. Chlorine, which is a halogen, contains 7 valence electrons. It's in group 7A of the periodic table. The halogens are very reactive nonmetals, and the alkali metals, where sodium is found, are very reactive metals. Metals like to give away electrons, and so they form positively charged ions. Nonmetals, they like to receive electrons, and so they form negatively charged anions. So sodium is going to give chlorine one of its electron, or valence electron, since it only has one. So as sodium loses that one valence electron, it's going to acquire a positive charge. And as chlorine gains that electron, it acquires a negative charge. Now, going back to physics, if you have 2 like charges next to each other, what's going to happen? Like charges repel. They're going to feel an electric force that repels them or pushes them away from each other. But what's going to happen if you have a positive and a negative charge next to each other? These two are attracted to each other. They feel a force of attraction that pulls them together. And so that's what's happening between the sodium ion and the chloride ion. The sodium ion, which now has a net positive charge, is attracted to the chloride ion, which has a negative charge. And so these two, they feel a force of attraction. And that force of attraction, that electrostatic force, it binds them together. And so that creates the ionic bond. So keep this in mind. Within ionic bonds, you have a transfer of electrons, and the bonds that hold them are as a result of the electrostatic forces between opposite charges. Keep in mind, opposite charges attract each other. So now let's move on into covalent bonding. Let's look at hydrogen. A hydrogen atom has one valence electron, and it's in the first row of the periodic table. Elements in the first row, they want to have a total of 2 electrons. in their outer energy level. The second row elements, they want to have 8 electrons. So elements like oxygen and fluorine, they want to satisfy their octet. They want to have 8 electrons. But hydrogen and helium, they can only have 2 electrons in their first shell. So each of these hydrogens, they need 1 more electron to fill that first shell with a total of 2 electrons. And both of these elements are the same. So what they're going to do is they're going to share their electrons. And so these two, they're going to form a bond. So when you see a bond, this bond represents the sharing of 2 electrons. And so this is a covalent bond. Anytime you have sharing of electrons, it's a covalent bond. Now there's 2 types of covalent bonds you need to be familiar with. Polar covalent bonds and non-polar covalent bonds. Hydrogen atoms is considered to be a non-polar covalent bond. The reason why it's non-polar is because the electrons are shared equally between those 2 hydrogen atoms. Now, if you look at the bond between hydrogen and fluorine, the elements are different. Fluorine is much more electronegative than hydrogen. Because fluorine is electronegative, it's going to pull the electrons toward itself. Now, granted, the electrons are still being shared, but they're being shared unequally. And whenever you have an unequal sharing of electrons, you have a polar covalent bond, as opposed to a non-polar covalent bond. So because fluorine is more electronegative, as it pulls the electrons toward itself, fluorine is going to acquire a partial negative charge, and hydrogen is going to be partially positive. And whenever you have an object where one side is positive and the other side is negative, you have a dipole, you have a polarized object. And this is what it means to be polar. You have an unequal distribution of charge. One side is positive, one side is negative. So the electrons, they're not distributed evenly in that molecule. The electrons spend more time closer to fluorine because it's more electronegative. Electronegativity is the ability of an atom to attract an electron toward itself. With fluorine, it does a good job in doing that. So now you know what a polar covalent bond is. It's a bond where you have unequal sharing of electrons. And a non-polar covalent bond is a bond where you have equal sharing of electrons. Now, let's go over some practice problems. I want you to classify the following bonds as being ionic, polar covalent, or non-polar covalent. So let's start with the first one. MgO, magnesium oxide. Is it ionic, polar covalent, or non-polar covalent? The first thing I would look for is to see if it's ionic. Typically, an ionic compound consists of a metal and a non-metal. That's how you can easily identify it. Magnesium is a metal. Metals exist on the left side of the periodic table. Non-metals exist on the right side. The non-metals are on the upper right side, the metals are on the lower left side. So magnesium is a metal, and oxygen, which is on the upper right side of the periodic table, that's a non-metal. So this is going to be ionic. magnesium forms a +2 charge as an ion. It has 2 valence electrons. So in this bond, it's going to give away 2 electrons to oxygen. Oxygen, which is a chalcogen, magnesium is an alkaline earth metal, but oxygen, it has 6 valence electrons. It needs 2 more to get to 8. So once it acquires those 2 electrons, it's going to have a negative charge. As you can see, this compound is composed of ions. Now what about 2 chlorine atoms? Chlorine is a nonmetal. Whenever you have 2 nonmetals with the same type of element, it's always going to be a nonpolar covalent. The electrons are shared equally because we have the same type of atom. Now what about sodium fluoride? Sodium is on the left side of the periodic table, so it's a metal. And fluorine is a halogen on the right side, so that's a nonmetal. So sodium fluoride contains ionic bonding. Now what about HBr? Is it polar covalent or non-polar covalent? Now the elements are different, so that could be an indication that it might be polar covalent. But you need to run a test. You need to calculate the difference in electronegativity. If the electronegativity difference is equal to or greater than 0.5, most textbooks, they use this number. If it's 0.5 or more, then the bond is considered to be polar covalent. If it's less than 0.5, if it's 0.4 or less, then it's considered to be non-polar covalent. So if you need the electronegativity values, you can go to Google Images and type in electronegativity table, and you'll see some tables come up. Now, I've seen different tables with different values. They don't vary much, but sometimes they do vary. So if you're doing a homework problem, use whatever table your book gives you. In the table that I use, hydrogen has an electronegativity value of 2.1. Bromine, it's about 2.8. And so the EN difference is 0.7. Therefore, this is going to be polar covalent. I'm going to write PC for polar covalent. Now, what about iodine monobromide? What is the difference in electronegativity? Iodine has an electronegativity value of 2.5, and for bromine, 2.8. So the EN difference is about 0.3, which means that it's relatively non-polar covalent. So I'm going to write NC. Again, make sure you use the table that your book provides, because if the values are slightly different, the result might be different. But the idea is that you want to find an EN difference of 0.5 or more to see if it's polar or not. So let's try some more examples. Determine if the following bonds is polar covalent, non-polar covalent, or ionic. So let's look at carbon and hydrogen. Carbon has an electronegativity value of 2.5, and for hydrogen is 2.1. So the EN difference is 0.4. For this one, I would commit to some memory. Anytime you see carbon and hydrogen, it's going to be nonpolar. This is a very common example that you'll see within chemistry and even organic chemistry. Now what about the OH bond? Whenever hydrogen is bonded to oxygen, nitrogen, or fluorine, you have a special case of bonding known as hydrogen bonds. Whenever you have hydrogen bonds, it's going to be polar, by the way. Oxygen has an electronegativity value of 3.5. So 3.5 minus 2.1, the difference is huge. So 1.4. This bond is very polar. So this is polar covalent. This is non-polar covalent. Now, if the two atoms are the same and they're both nonmetals, it's going to be non-polar covalent. You don't really need to do the calculation. Fluorine has an electronegativity value of 4.0. 4 minus 4 is 0, which is less than 0.5. Now, calcium sulfide. For this, you really don't need the electronegativity values. You just need to know that calcium is a metal and sulfur is a nonmetal. And then so you could say it's ionic. If you have one element all the way to the left side of the periodic table and another all the way to the right side, it's going to be ionic. So that is it for this video. Now you understand the difference between ionic and covalent bonding. So thanks for watching and have a great day.
Alright, so what we hopping into now is we're gonna get a couple of contents, but for the rest of the day we're gonna hop into some scrolls, man, get into some gematria, break down some things, get into the signs of the times for sure. You know. So, you know, we're gonna finish getting some content because I didn't finish getting that. But we're gonna get the right things that use for these smart kill grids, these smart cities, cognitive cities, all that, right? So antennas, routers, appliances, you know, kitchen, house appliances, smartphones, all that. We're gonna hop into it, right? Let's go.
So here we're gonna have a look at the recordings in Glasgow and a couple of other places. We're gonna especially focus on the microwatts per square meter measurement, which is the power of the density of the EMF field, and less to the volts per meter, which is the amplitude of the electric signal. So this is all in thousands. That's why I consider it to be interesting. You've seen a couple of things in Argyle Street, and now we're just traveling around. Here we are in a retail park in Glasgow. It was pretty late, but it's still in thousands, up to 7,000, 8,000 or so. There's nobody here for now, but there is a mass antenna nearby, and we're back in Buchanan Street, daytime, and here is thousands, 5,000, 6,000, 7,000 microwatts per square meter. You see it stays kind of constant in this area in thousands. Again, 5,000. We are in the area of the Buchanan bus station, and now we are back in the center, Sauchiehall Street. Still Sauchiehall Street. That's a big mast antenna, where last year was 20,000. Now it's in thousands. And look around how many buildings are exposed to this, and people. Again, 4,000 or 5,000 in the Buchanan bus station. There is the waiting area. Yeah, here is where people are gathering to wait for the buses. 3,000 microwatts per square meter. Even 5,000 on the other side. Yeah, because there's a couple of big mast antennas in the area. And now we are on the bus getting out of Buchanan, and still we are exposed to the radiation from these antennas in thousands. That's the Destiny Church, which has got 4 big masts on top of it and blasts everything around it with thousands of microwatts per square meter. Now we are coming on the bus from the other side to the bus station, and we have the antenna in the back Therefore it goes sometimes even higher. Now it's 2000. And now we are in a train going from Edinburgh to Glasgow. You see there's still some high radiation from time to time in thousands. Yeah, that's in a car traveling through Glasgow. 4,000 was at a certain point. It's not easy to travel. Now we're in Stirling and we have exposure from that mast. This is close to the train station. 6,000 now. We are in Bellshill town center. Look, there's an antenna over there. And let's see what are the recordings saying. So 6,000, 7,000, 8,000, even more than 12,000. And so microwatts per square meter. Very high. Back to Stirling, the train station. In front of it we get 1,000 again, and there's a bridge in the train station where the measurements are even higher, 5,000, 6,000 up to. Now we are in another train station, but sincerely I don't remember exactly which one is it. On the way to Edinburgh, and we get hundreds and thousands again. 7,000, 8,000 microwatts per square meter in the town center of Cumbernauld. This is a bus stop, and we have all these buildings of interest around. 10,000 even. Yeah, because there are antennas on top of these buildings that are 17,000, 18,000 microwatts per square meter. This is incredible, really. We have the medical health center on the right side, the college on the left side, and the Antonine shopping center. There's a lot of people staying and in this area, and that's the medical health center. Yeah, here are the places that are very much attended by people with various health issues. And I moved a bit where they put a few benches, which are not very often visible in Cumbernauld, unfortunately. Metallic ones. I don't understand why they should put them right here where you can get more than 7,000 microwatts per square meter. I think it goes up to 10,000, yeah, 12,000, 13,000, 14,000 microwatts per square meter, exactly where they put the benches. And we are in front of Asda, Cumbernauld, which is also very much blasted. 5,000, 6,000 microwatts per square meter, as you can see. Yeah, I'm still in Cumbernauld.
He is one of the last children on a remote island of South Korea. Chan-hee has a wish. He wants more friends to play with.
Wow.
The 10-year-old has two sisters and a friend, all three younger.
They're really doing here. They're gonna get rid of human beings and get to the so-called transhumanism. We gonna get to that and break it down. Start out with the so-called male sperm count, all by design. We gonna get into it and break it down. Long video, make it run.
If you look at the concentrations, when we last looked at them, which was samples collected in 2011, the sperm concentration in Western countries was 47 million per milliliter, down from 99 million per milliliter 39 years earlier. So
you know this.
This is just basically getting worse and worse and worse while we go along into the future. Why is they doing this right here? Because I tell you, everything happens to the human beings. No coincidence. All by design. Something that they got planned and scripted. So now when they do this right here, you're gonna see the results, and we're gonna get to it in a minute. Make it play.
It's a decline of more than 1% per year, and it would predict between 2011 and now, which is 10 years, that we would be now below 40 million per milliliter.
And that's not good.
And that's an important number because below 40, it becomes increasingly difficult for couples to become pregnant. And how low it's going to go before we wake up and say we have to stop this. I don't know how long that's going to take, but it's urgent.
They don't plan to stop it, people. They just get it worse and worse and worse as you're going close to the end of times, the end of the so-called human being era as you know it. This is how they do it, people, and you're here right now to see them move to the next level in plain sight. Attention. See what they're telling you? And this is just life. Right here that you see them doing. It's so-called normal life. That's what they give you as normal life. Smoking cigarettes every day, drinking alcohol. That's your life right there. You know this? Pay attention.
However, then there's a whole other class of things which are not so easy to control, and those are the chemicals in our environment.
See that, people? When I tell you about this, you don't want to listen. You claim that I'm just rambling and just talking, but you don't get it. Every one of these things that you eat, vegetable, fruits, and everything, they got poison on it. Do you understand? They take poison to chase away the pests. They use poison to fertilize it so it grows faster. What is that they're putting on there? It's 100% chemical poison that gonna get to you through those fruits and vegetables. Pay attention, they're telling you it's a part of why man got low sperm count continually. Pay attention.
In the products that we bring into our home.
There you go. You thought I was lying? Take a look at that right there, people. And I told you. Bam! That's deodorant right there, people. What do you think, people? It's all chemical. The deodorant, the whatever you spray on your body for sweet scent or whatever to make you smell better, to make you smell like a fake fucking fragrance, is actually chemical that can affect your body in a lot of ways. Not just kill your sperm count, but actually kill your body, period. There you go, people. There you go, pool. Look at the pool. You take a simple thing as the pool right there. How much different chemical you think they put in this water so it look nice and clear for you and so-called safer for you to swim in? Huh? Do you ever check those chemicals that they put in? It's not good for the human body. That's why you see this shit right here. If you keep going in there, you notice that your skin color and everything change because of those chemicals. What is it really doing to your inside? Never ask.
Coatings is a big category.
And there you go, another thing again. They're talking about coding. Remember, they got 1 million different pots for you to use. Teflons and everything. Non-stick, they even give you copper to cook in. The same pies and copper they make in frying pans out of. Pots and everything is gonna kill you also, kill your body, break you down. That's what they plan.
And with Teflon or non-stick, you can coat a jacket, water repellent. You can coat a paper to keep oil from passing through it, say in a pizza box. So coatings are a real concern because they contain one class of chemicals, the PFOAs. Then another big class, and the one that I've studied a lot, is the chemicals that make plastic soft, and those are the phthalates.
Everything that they give you for good is actually going to break you down. It's bad for you. You understand? Just like they give you the baby powder back in the day, Johnson & Johnson, talcum powder. They're just giving you because they say, yeah, you're going to like it because it's soft. But they never tell you what the result going to be with that poison substance they give you because it's soft. You're looking for softness. That's all. You're looking for something to be soft and nice on the baby. You don't care if it kill him. You don't care if it's got a side effect that's going to hurt him later on. Everybody just done in this world. The world built up of nothing but chemical to poison the masses. There you go, people. What else you want? Everything that they give you to use in life, they're going to affect you. They're going to affect your health. They're going to break your body down. What is this? What is this that you spray on your body to make you smell like some fucking fragrance that don't exist? Do you understand that? You want to smell like a strange flowers? When you spray this on, what you smell like? It's something that they made up, people, something that is artificial. There's nothing natural about it. Meaning that you will never find flowers put together or anything natural to smell like this shit right here. And what is it doing to your skin? What kind of reaction it gonna have on your body? You don't know. It just smells sweet.
Are called anti-androgens. Wherever they meet testosterone, they tend to decrease it, and most dramatically in the womb,
all
in
by
early
design,
pregnancy.
people, all by design. And a lot of these chemicals also kill the females. So they can't produce no more, people. That's what the birth control do to you even when you stop taking it. 100%. All of them designed for depopulation. Pay attention. There you go.
One particular way that we see that is the size of the genital area, which is called the anogenital distance. Then, when the boy grows up, he will have, we've shown, a lower sperm count. Besides having an impact on sperm count, it can increase the risk of genital defects, undescended testicles, for example, and later it actually can increase the risk of testicular cancer.
You hear that, people? All chemicals do that. And we always tell you that you have to look what causes cancer. And when you find out what causes cancer, which is all the chemicals that surround you, all the things that surround you got chemical in it that gonna lead to cancer, and they will never ever stop doing it. Why? It's a worldwide plan. Depopulation to get rid of humans. Then they're gonna give you the next set of people, or whatever they're gonna call them later on. It's not gonna be like me and you. And I'm gonna show you in this video. Here you go. All by design, the whole thing. Here you go. All of these chemical plants that they got and all of these shits.
We looked at pesticides, metabolites in their urine, and how they related to the sperm count, concentration, and shape of those sperm. We found that there was a big difference in sperm count and quality. The most dramatic was that men who were living in central Missouri, which is an agricultural area, where there's a lot of
agriculture, people, that you're gonna eat. At the end of the day, that's what you're gonna eat. And what they're doing right there is poisoning the food that you're about to eat. I don't care what the reason they tell you they put the poison on it. The fact still remains that they're sitting there poisoning it, and you know, but you're still eating it. And they always tell you that the vitamins of the fruits is actually in the skin. What they call vitamin, that shit that they spray on it, they call poison. 100% in. What do you think? You believe they spray this shit right here on a fruit? Where it gonna go? You're gonna seek to the skin of the fruit. Okay, so they're telling you to eat the skin because they want you to get the poisonous substance.
Corn and soy grown, a lot of pesticides used. They had only half as many moving sperm as men in Minneapolis.
You hear that, people?
This is huge. Half as many. And they were not workers of the area.
But it don't make no difference if you're a worker in those so-called fields or not, or you just consuming the food from it. It's the same damage it's gonna do to your body. It's gonna affect the human being race. Stop population in its tracks.
Low sperm count is related to all kinds of morbidities, including heart disease, diabetes, reproductive cancers, and ultimately length of life.
All right, so where did you think all of that come from? The same chemical that surround you, the same things that you use in your daily life. Move.
Fertility has dropped worldwide at the same rate as sperm count has declined.
How panicked should I be about this? Are your erections rigid enough for intercourse?
Certainly sperm counts are falling, so there is a reason to be concerned.
There'd be a lot to produce in here.
The most important cause is the chemicals in our environment that...
Why they quick to tell you now, people? Like I say, man, they got timing for everything. And like I say, it's time to give you everything right now. Let you kind of understand what they was doing. They're basically showing their hands now because it's too late. There is nothing you can do about it now when you're already hooked to those products. It's a part of your daily life. You think people are gonna stop so-called eat fruits and vegetables? The answer is no. They know what's on it now, but they can't stop. They're already addicted to it, and that's one of the thing that chemical really do to your body. Get you wanting and needing that substance that they sell you. You don't understand. They're not gonna stop because it's made to destroy the human being. And then they're gonna give you the next set of people that's supposed to be occupying the earth. That's what it is. When they reset, you ain't gonna be here. You're gonna be some other so-called people, different from you, part cyborg, part human.
Can affect our body's natural hormones.
Just keep on rolling until I get kicked out. If they're like everywhere, you're exposed to it again and again and again. Hydroxypropyl. It's like, what is in all this stuff? Why do you need all this stuff?
You see that, people? Go back. Go back.
Like, what is in all this stuff?
Don't fucking sleep on these things that they give you in the pandemic. They give you this shit in the pandemic to clean you up and kill germs. The Clorox and all those disinfectants, everything is gonna kill the masses. And I already told you that from day one. You're there spraying that disinfectant, using that bleach and inhaling it, it getting into your bloodstream. What is it doing to you? That gonna sick you more than any fucking fake virus.
Do you need all this stuff?
I think what we need now is outrage. Because the things that we're exposed to, we didn't ask for.
Are doomsday preppers right? Brink of a worldwide mysterious monoliths been appearing. Gun taxes sinister in California.
Everything.
As clickbait headlines warp our view of the world, we're going down the rabbit hole to ask, how afraid should we really be? On this episode, a looming spermageddon.
Yeah, that people spermageddon.
Epidemiologists have found humans across the globe are becoming increasingly less fertile after finding Western men are only half as fertile as they were just 40 years ago.
You're certainly going to have more and more men having trouble having children.
There's been a lot of buzz over...
But guess what, people? You're not gonna know if it's the man or the woman have the problem. They both have the problem. You got it? They're both steroids. That's what you have to understand. They steroid both man and woman, male and female. There is no escape it. You're gonna sit there and blame it on one so-called gender? You better wake up. All of them taking the same chemical.
Years about a supposed spermageddon, but I hadn't really paid much attention to it until recently. Hey, stop that. My significant other and I recently became puppy parents, which sometimes feels like a test run to fatherhood. Millhouse. But for a generation who put off raising kids to nurture careers, the spermageddon scenario seems apocalyptic.
For like a long time we were taught, don't have a baby. Then you'll ruin your life. And then now that...
You see? Take a look what it got in the hand. An animal. That's what they do, people. First of all, you don't understand. And a lot of people find this offensive when I say these things, but truth is the truth, and the truth has set you free. is a part of the depopulation when they give you these animals. You got to understand, you kind of love them more than people, but you don't even know yet. You don't even understand that yet. You'd rather to have one of these than to have a kid. So it worked. That's a divine plan for the masses. Give you cats and dogs for you to exchange it for human beings. That's what it is. And now you're trying to have a baby? No. They already fuck you up also. You understand? That's what it is. Break your body down, give you brainwash and everything put together to stop fertilization in its tracks.
We're in our 30s and we're thinking about having a baby. It's scary to think, like, what if we can?
I arranged to sit down with Dr. Swan, who recently published a book encapsulating her many decades of research on women's sperm counts and declining reproductive health. What has been the trend of sperm count in the last couple decades?
Over the last basically 40 years, sperm count has dropped at a little bit faster than 1% per year. It went from 99 million sperm in a milliliter to 47. So that's half. It's still a lot of sperm, people will say, 47 million. But
and this is another thing that you gotta even look into, because you just don't take everything that they give you with these pound count shit and showing you all of these, talking about millions of sperm running around and trying to chase after the egg. I believe that's bullshit right there, 100% in. They just tell you that to kind of put something in their head and show your sperm move and how it goes so they can deceive your ass. This is not real right here, you understand me? Or sperm count, move.
when you get below 40 million per milliliter, then you start having trouble conceiving.
With such terrifying reports, I scheduled a urology appointment to definitively check my sperm count from a sample I would provide.
You can go ahead and do all that dumb shit, as you could see the coding in the background. You can go ahead and do all of that shit checking your sperm count, because I already tell you, it affecting males and females. They did that by design. Move.
Let's now shift our attention over to South Korea. The country's fertility rate has slid 4 times compared to the 1970s.
You hear that?
The country's
as you could see, people, it affecting every country in the world. Some don't report it, but it affecting every country. You're gonna show in the population, no doubt. In the population growth, you're gonna see it and notice it. And if you notice nowadays, people just dying. They never even tell you what they died from. I just seen a news clip the other day, and it was like somebody died 70 years old or 71 years old, and they say it's natural causes. So now people can die right there 70 years old from natural causes. What is that? It's the new world. 100%
population has now led to a demographic crisis. Let's also take you to a South Korean village that is full of aging population, but children are scarce.
Yeah, that children are scarce. Take a look. All by design.
He is one of the last children on a remote island of South Korea.
You hear that?
Chan-hee has a wish. He wants more friends to play with.
Wow.
The 10-year-old has 2 sisters and a friend, all 3 younger.
Seoul is so crowded, noisy.
You are. And you see what he got on the shirt? The rainbow right there in the U. The U is a number 3, but take a look at that right there. That's what they're pushing on your kids. And you're sleeping. LGBTQ bullshit.
And the air is not good. However, Nokdo has no traffic. It isn't noisy and the air is clean.
Wow.
I can play outside more actively, so I like it here. It would be great if I have more friends here, because I can have more options to play.
You might look at this and take it simple, but this is what the world gonna be. You don't understand. Few kids around don't even have other kids to play with. You think it's a joke? Just look around. Notice it yourself. Move.
Why not talk about them? This is the first one. China's birth rate plunges to its lowest in 4 decades.
Even China, people that was overpopulated, got 1 girl to 1 family. They're also seeing the same shit right there. Remember, they was overpopulated. They was doing things to go, balance out the population and all of that. And now the population is dropping. Pay attention here.
Second one reads, more Americans say they're not planning to have a child. The third and the last headline is from India. For the first time ever, India's fertility rate is below replacement level.
Even India.
What's replacement?
One of them again, that's overpopulated.
It basically means every woman should have 2.1 children if a country is to replace its dying population. But for the first time ever, an average Indian woman is not having more than 2 children. And neither are women in most of the world's leading countries. South Korea is one of the world's most advanced economies. The country's fertility rate is 1. 1. Meaning an average South Korean woman has 1 child. Many don't have children at all. In Singapore, the fertility rate is 1.1. In Hong Kong, too, it is 1.1. 1.3 in Spain. 1.3 in Italy. 1.5 in Canada. In America, there are just 1.7 births per woman. And so is the case in China. So here's a question. Why aren't women having more babies?
Here we go.
Isn't that what women did for the longest time? Marry, have babies, continue the bloodline. A childless woman was...
Another thing that you need to get again, because I mentioned the brainwash. You got to understand, people. Now, we got man and woman on the earth. Both was here to play a role. Now, if you look at it, the man is half, the woman is the other half. Do you understand that both of y'all together come to be a complete, you know what I mean? So why would you use woman to fight against man, woman powering up against man, rights for women and all of these things, Me Too and everything you pull off, and then you cry about fertilization? If you stop man and woman from being together, from being one, break them off and go man and man, woman and woman, how you gonna have the population growth? I told you, it's all by design, people. There's no coincidence here.
A childless woman was branded as barren. She was frowned upon. In ancient Rome, a woman could be divorced for not giving birth to a child. Infertile women were flogged with goat skin. In Tang Dynasty in China too, not having a child was ground for divorce. In the Middle Ages, infertile women were called witches compared to Satan. The only time history...
But they have to change all of that over. That's how they do it. New world, new
a woman
style.
Without a child was when she had taken the vow of celibacy. When she was a nun. Motherhood was a moral obligation for all the other women. It's not anymore.
Yeah, you tell them they don't need to do all that. You tell them they need to stand up, they need to do what man do. Anything that man do and women don't do it, it's a problem. You got to find a way to say, oh, that's segregation, oh, this, that. Women need to be involved in everything that man do. And then you expect the same result. You want them to play the man role. And then you take the man and turn him into a woman. You understand? You let them change in role here. Why did you do that? Wow.
This is the era of opting out. Welcome to 2021. Women today are choosing to be child-free. They're chalking out a different path for themselves, becoming more than just a reproductive machine.
You hear what they call them? Reproductive machine. You see that right there? They make you frown upon what you really is. That's all it is. Who created a woman to have babies? It's not us do it. We didn't decide that. The Creator decided that. So why should we frown upon those things? Why? Now you want man to have the baby and carry it around? I tell you, man, the world is upside down. Wow.
Let's come back to the example of South Korea. Something very unique is happening in that country. There is a no marriage movement.
No marriage movement.
You see, South Korea has always been a very conservative society. Women have been the primary housekeepers, caregivers, and nurturers.
You hear that? And they don't
when
like
women
that.
entered the workforce, the gender revolution was left incomplete.
You hear that,
and by that I mean that while women entered offices, South Korea did little or nothing to reduce their responsibilities at home.
You see that?
So women were expected to...
That's not only South Korea, people. It's the whole wide world. The brainwash is sinking in to the whole wide world. They use these mass media to push it. That's why all women is the same now. They want to get in and do what man was doing. They don't want to play their role no more. They'll frown upon it. They look at it like they downgrade it. They look at it like it's something bad. Why they do that? To do all of this shit right here, to end the world as you know it, to end human beings as you know it. Let's get in it. Let's take a look at this clip right here. Let me show you something where the new world going. Pay attention here.
I know you do, sweetheart. And I'm going to ask you to take the filter off. Will you do that for me?
Wow, you can literally wear a filter? This is where they're going, people. Look at this shit. New world. A boarded man. And look at this.
I think I've been uncomfortable.
Everybody.
For a very long time. You know. I've been thinking ever since I was born that I don't belong in this body.
Don't belong in this body.
Oh my God. It's all right. It's really okay, darling.
It's okay, and you don't even understand what the person's saying.
You're reading up on it.
You're reading up on it?
And I think I'm trans. Sweetheart.
Watch it.
Oh, it's all right.
Look at this shit.
I swear.
It really is. Damn trans as well.
Now look at us, we're fine. We're completely fine, aren't we? I know we might be a bit slow and a bit old, and this is going to be confusing for us, and we'll make a mess of it sometimes, but we love you. We love you. We absolutely love you. We always will. I mean, we don't need to rush. We've got lots of time to talk about this. And if it turns out that we've got a lovely son instead of a lovely daughter, then we'll be happy.
No, I'm not transsexual.
Watch this, people.
Oh, is that not the word now? But you said trans. What do we call you then?
I'm not transsexual. I'm transhuman.
Wow, transhuman.
Okay. I'm sorry, they keep changing the words. I don't know the difference.
I don't want to change sex.
No, sure. We say gender now, don't we? Sorry.
I said I'm not comfortable with my body, so I want to get rid of it.
You're gonna get rid of the body,
All the arms and legs and every single bit of it. I don't want to be flesh.
Wow.
I'm really sorry, but I'm going to escape this thing and become digital.
You hear that, people? You're gonna become digital. And remember, this is so-called a transhuman. This is what they're pushing. That's why you have low sex, so-called sperm count, and also women can't fertilize no more. Why? They bringing you closer to the new world with transhumanism. Right here.
What do you mean?
They say one day soon they'll have clinics in Switzerland where you can go and you'll sign a form and they'll take your brain and download it into the cloud.
And your body?
Recycled.
Recycle, yeah.
Into the earth.
Recycle
so
into the earth.
Want to kill yourself?
Look, listen.
I want to live forever. As information, because that's what transhumans are, Mom.
Wow, live forever as information. Wow, move.
One of the great things about transhumanism is it's kind of what we call transhumanitarianism. There's this idea that we're really trying to help people. You know, we're really trying to solve suffering, solve medical issues. And exoskeleton technology.
And that's what they use to draw you in. You're dumb as a rock. They give you these fake virus, fake sickness, and now they're coming to your rescue in the name of health. Watch this.
Technology is one of the most important. About a third of everybody on planet Earth has some type of mobility issue. So exoskeleton technology is really leading the way in terms of getting people to be able to be mobile again and do things like that. And what's really interesting is also that you think you can't climb Mount Everest, but there's a chance sometime in the future you may be able to climb Mount Everest just because you have exoskeleton technology. There's also
everybody in the world dumb. That's why you want to climb Mount Everest. Dumb the fuck
the idea that you might be able to run a marathon. As I wrote recently for the New York Times, you get the exoskeleton technology working well enough, you'll be able to run on water. I mean, this stuff is really incredible. So if you imagine running a marathon on water, well, this is what people want to do with exoskeleton technology.
Virtual reality again. That's what it's about. The whole transhumanism is about virtual reality. To upload the human being brain to a computer so they can live forever. What a dumb shit for the masses. They're trying to get rid of human beings as you know it.
Now, I would say the biggest thing about transhumanism, where a lot of people go for getting into pocketbooks of investors, is really when you start talking about disabilities. A huge amount of people around the world have disabilities. So, we already have things like this, the Argus 2, which allows a blind person to basically see, navigate streets, go into rooms and things like that. So I think, you know, overcoming disability is really a huge part of also what we're doing. And that goes as far as cochlear implants with deafness. We don't really have deafness anymore on planet Earth. People that are born that can't hear end up having a cochlear implant put in, if they're allowed. There's some cultural differences too. But deafness as a disability has been mostly wiped out due to radical technologies, again, transhumanist technologies. And of course,
they say it's transhumanist technology that make you hearing aids. Pay attention.
One of these things is putting implants in your body, implants in your brain, implants in your arms, as I have in my hand, and doing all sorts of things. We call this biohack.
So he's telling you that he also got it in his hand. Like I tell you, they're making you get used to the human being being chipped. Because the next set of peoples that gonna occupy this earth gonna be half machine, half human. You better understand that and control by the damn elites.
Where you actually put all sorts of stuff in yourself to monitor what's going on and also to help you do things that you wouldn't be able to do, like hear or see. So the idea of brain plants is really complex. I was doing an interview earlier and they were asking about the future of work. And you know, where I'm from, Silicon Valley in Los Angeles, California area, there's a couple different companies now, like Neuralink with Elon Musk, that are working on basically brain implants in order to allow your brain to interface directly with machine intelligence. Now, why is this important? Well, machine intelligence is important because
that's what you
already, like in Wall Street, for example, there's a bunch of mid-level traders that are being wiped off the floors. And the reason is because they can't compete with algorithms. So what a lot of kind of entrepreneurs want to do is, in order to have humans keep up with machines, they want to merge our brains with machines so that we can start.
To keep up with machine, you gotta merge your brain with machine. Do you see that, people? Wow, they never a lane without a tunnel. What did I tell you? They're getting rid of human beings to bring in machines.
Thinking in real time in the internet. So the thing you have in your pocket, cell phone, smartphone, basically can be put in through your head through an implant or a headset. Already in Florida, they're doing things like racing drones around a track and stuff like that, just using brainwave technology. And already you can have conversations in your mind with people through brainwave.
You hear that, people? You can have conversation with people without even talk to them. With just the brain and the mind.
Headsets and brainwave implants and things like that. And we're going to get to a point, you know, Elon Musk says there'll be a commercial device in 5 years. I don't know if that's the case, but definitely within 10 years, there's a good chance that there will be a commercial device on the market that will allow you to talk to your friend or give a speech in real time like I'm doing now, where people would actually hear it and listen and maybe answer back, and you would hear it in your head. So, the question, are we going to get brain?
You see where they're going with it, people? How that can happen? You tell me. How would that happen? If you was part computer, if you made up half machine, that's the only way you can act like that. Somebody can send a message to your brain, in your brain, and you hear it in your brain. With nobody else can hear it but you in your brain? Come on, people. That's machine.
It's almost 100% yes.
Wow, people. 100% yes. Do you understand what they're doing here? Wow. Watch this right here. Pay attention.
Every aspect of our lives has been reshaped by technology. From the way we get around, the way we seek information, and the way we communicate. It's easy to think that if only our technology advances enough, we'll finally be satisfied. The fact is, we remain shackled by our primitive Darwinian brains.
You hear that, people? We've been shackled by our brain. The same thing that's supposed to elevate you, they lie to you and tell you, is actually holding you back. Because you're not increasing this brain right here. It's still the same small thing in your head. Pay attention here. There you go. talking about technology, real earth, wow, and not the one you create. We're talking about technology. Wow. We did decide that. So why should we frown upon those things? Why? Now you want man to have the baby and carry it around? I tell you, man, the world is upside down. Wow.
Let's come back to the example of South Korea. Something very unique is happening in that country. There is a no marriage movement.
No marriage
You see,
movement.
South Korea has always been a very conservative society. Women have been the primary housekeepers, caregivers, and nurturers.
You hear that? And they don't
When
like
women
that.
entered the workforce, the gender revolution was
You hear
left
that?
incomplete.
You hear that,
And by
people?
that I mean that while women entered offices, South Korea did little or nothing to reduce their responsibilities at home.
You see that?
So women were expected to be...
That's not only South Korea, people. It's the whole wide world. The brainwash is sinking in to the whole wide world. They use these mass media to push it. That's why all women is the same now. They want to get in and do what man was doing. They don't want to play their role no more. They'll frown upon it. They look at it like they downgrade it. They look at it like it's something bad. Why they do that? To do all of this shit right here, to end the world as you know it, to end human beings as you know it. Let's get in it. Let's take a look at this clip right here. Let me show you something where the new world going. Pay attention here.
I know you do, sweetheart. I'm going to ask you to take the filter off. Will you do that for me?
Wow, you can literally wear a filter? This is where they're going, people. Look at this shit. New world. A boarded man. And look at this.
Alright, so we back with it, man. I'll hop back into it, man. Show, man. Hold on. Alright. Alright, so check it, man. We'll get into two more of these dealing with family, True Nation, right? From Mag, Bitter Truth. You know what I'm saying? On BitChute real quick, man. We're gonna get back into it, man.
I got going on with another disturbing breakdown. Now, if you notice, they take down my channel off YouTube. One of the 14,000 people, the Mag Bitter Truth official. As you can see, they're actually scared of the Mag Bitter Truth. No doubt about it. So you understand what they're doing there, people. You got it. They can't stand this truth right here. It's like a thorn in their side. It's disturbing what they got for the masses' destruction. It actually fucking with them. No doubt about it. And I always say this. You know, the peoples that running these mind games and these operations and the people, they don't care who know about it for say it's still gonna go on. But we actually doing some kind of damage to them. That's why they have to delete the mag. You don't understand. They mention me even in books. You know, a lot of people don't know that, but they have a supposedly New York bestseller. And it's a dude that's supposed to be even doing Netflix series and them things. And they actually do a book and mention the mag in it. No doubt about it. But they're not doing it to pump me up or nothing. But they have to mention me in there because, like I say, I do damage to their so-called agendas. No doubt about it. And even though, you know, they're taking down my videos and I'm right here with some few peoples and Patreons and I still got the podcast going on, I'm hurting what they're putting out. We gonna get into this right here and I'm gonna show you some things why they hate the Mag Bitter Truth. As you can see them telling you right here, another breakthrough treatment again for cancer. Remember the one that you get from all these chemicals that they put on you? In your food, your water, all these things that you tie to. Yes, that's the same cancer they're talking about. Now they have a new breakthrough. They're gonna supposedly kill cancer. I'm gonna show you some things why they hate the Mag Bitter Truth. Listen.
In a remarkable new discovery, scientists at UC Davis in Sacramento, California, have identified a kill switch that can activate the death of cancer cells, potentially...
You understand what they just say, people? They discover a kill switch that can activate. It's supposed to kill the cell in the cancer, kill the cancer cells in your body. You believe that? A kill switch. take a listen to this right here. Like I tell you, in the destruction time, they're gonna come up with more invention to kill off the damn people. Pay attention.
Paving the way in new cancer treatment. This is humongous. This is groundbreaking. It happens to be in my backyard, being a native of Northern California.
Listen to them. They're laughing, and of course it gotta be California, people. Hollywood. You have to understand the land of fallen angels. That's what it is. They're playing with the dumb people right here with their supposedly cancer treatment. I already tell you get cancer. They're the one who actually did it to you with chemical. They poison your body, your cells with chemical. That's what they call cancer. And now they tell you they find a kill switch that your body already have. Listen.
UC Davis, Kelsey Kernstein has details on this amazing discovery. I mean, how exciting.
Listen.
Adrian and Marky, this really is a big deal. And I think when you put it into the perspective that 600,000 Americans this year alone are projected to die of cancer.
You hear that people projected to die, and they mentioned 6. The 6 is according. Go back again. Listen. Because like I say, people, it's a design plan to kill off the masses without chemical. So they know exactly how much people they're going to kill every year. Listen.
Adrian and Marky, this really is a big deal. And I think when you put it into the perspective that 600,000 Americans this year alone are projected to die of cancer.
Projected to die of cancer. They know. Like I said, they plant the seed and they're activating it these times. Listen.
These implications, these new findings are immense, and they have the possibility to revolutionize cancer treatment as we know it. However, it's not yet been tested on animals and humans.
It's not yet been tested on animals or humans. First of all, if you test it on animals, you must gonna use it on animals. But they never tested on humans, so how the fuck did they know this is a breakthrough, supposedly? Remember these people, all these things that they're giving you, if they don't test it physical, they can never tell you what it's gonna do. So what kind of testing did they do? What did they do to make them say this is a breakthrough? All dumb shit for the masses. Again.
Has been proven successful in labs thus far. And humans. But it has been proven successful in labs thus far.
In labs? Oh, it proved successful in labs and you didn't try it out on nothing. You did never try it out. How can you prove something that you never try out? You prove it in a lab. How? Is a human being involved? How did you do this? Did you put a cell? Did you put a cell right there and you put the kill switch and kill the cancer cell? It makes no sense here, people. Listen.
Scientists are calling it a potential cancer treatment breakthrough.
You get targeted, specific.
Hold on, listen. Hold on before this ugly bastard speak. I don't get it, people. Listen. So if it's a kill switch, how it becomes a treatment? If it's a kill switch, you hit a switch and it kill it.
I don't get it, people.
Okay, so what happened? You have to treat them? Once they mention cancer treatment, people, it's a deadly chemical they're gonna put in your body. Yes, I saw what? What a dumb shit for the masses. They're just playing with us. Again.
Killing of those cells that are potentially going to do you harm.
Go back.
Cancer treatment breakthrough.
You get targeted, specific killing of those cells that are potentially going to do you harm.
The cells are gonna do you harm. They can particularly target it and kill it with that supposedly kill switch. Remember when they first come out with the supposedly nanobots? They're trying to tell you that whatever sickness you have, COVID or anything, they can put those bots via injection in your body and it's gonna go there. Let medicine on that supposedly disease or virus you have or cancer to treat it. So listen, people, what is they telling you right here is almost like it's the same damn shit. They're gonna plant some bots in your body to fight diseases and cancer and them things. All fake shit for the masses.
Specific killing of those cells that are potentially going to do you harm, and then the healthy cells are left untouched.
Okay, so okay, hold on here, people, because there's something untold here. As far as you living without cells, can't happen, people. It cannot happen. Remember, your cells is everything. That's what make your body work. Your cells is everything. So how could you just talk about a cell killer like that? Oh, we're gonna just go in there and kill the cells, the one that gonna cause you harm. When your cells die, people, you gonna die. Do you understand that? You ever see somebody recover from cancer and look healthy? The answer is no. They can't be healthy because they got a lot of dead cells. You lose in your cells, you lose immunity and everything. You have to understand that. Listen.
It's just ideal.
Researchers from the UC Davis Comprehensive Cancer Center say they've located a so-called kill switch that can...
They located a kill switch, and remember they call that place a cancer center. What a damn joke. Listen.
Eliminate cancer cells, according to a new study published in the journal Cell Death and Differentiation.
This is game.
Take a look who we got in the background, people. The devil character right there with one eye showing the Einstein. So yes, people, whatever they can show you in the background, books and everything, even the character that they portray as smart, if they show him in the background, they also go look smart in a dumb world. Remember, I already told you, the reason why they celebrate that fake character in the background, Einstein as smart, is because you're living in a dumb world. That's why they have to specifically call out one person as smart. Got it? That's why everything they give you is smart, the devices, because human being is dumb, 100%. So take a look at this right here. They're portraying that they're smart on you and giving you these killers. Pay attention. Of course, they're smarter than you.
Dr. Joe Gender, Tushir Singh, is a senior author of the study and says the combination of immunotherapy, along with the activation of this new kill switch, could revolutionize how doctors treat cancer.
And you see what they're showing? They supposedly DNA, because you already know as everything they do to your body, destroying your cells. That's what they call DNA. You have to understand that. So your cells getting destroyed with everything they do to you. Any treatment, any injections, this is what it do to your body right there. Go back again.
Along with the activation of this new kill switch, could revolutionize how doctors treat cancer.
Activate
a sort of
switch.
1-2 punch.
Think like a boxing game.
Wow.
You can keep boxing a person.
Don't tell me it's a smart person, people. And you don't understand. This is how I figure out a lot of dumb people here. Because they always want to have debate and conversation with me. And every time it becomes a treatment. If it's a kill switch, you hit a switch and you kill it. Okay, so what happened? You have to treat them? Once they mention cancer treatment, people, it's a deadly chemical they're going to put in your body. Yes, I saw what? What a dumb shit for the masses. They're just playing with us. Again.
Killing of those cells that are potentially going to do you harm.
Go back.
Cancer treatment breakthrough.
You get targeted, specific killing of those cells that are potentially going to do you harm.
The cells are gonna do you harm. They can particularly target it and kill it with that supposedly kill switch. Remember when they first come out with the supposedly nanobots? They're trying to tell you that whatever sickness you have, COVID or anything, they can put those bots via injection in your body and it's gonna go there. Let medicine on that supposedly disease or virus you have or cancer to treat it. So listen, people, what is they telling you right here is almost like it's the same damn shit. They're gonna plant some bots in your body to fight diseases and cancer and them things. All fake shit for the masses.
Specific killing of those cells that are potentially going to do you harm, and then the healthy cells are left untouched.
Okay, okay, hold on here, people, because there's something untold here. As far as you living without cells, can't happen, people. It cannot happen. Remember, your cells is everything. That's what make your body work. Your cells is everything. So how could you just talk about a cell killer like that? Oh, we're gonna just go in there and kill the cells, the one that gonna cause you harm. When your cells die, people, you gonna die. Do you understand that? You ever see somebody recover from cancer and look healthy? The answer is no. They can't be healthy because they got a lot of dead cells. You lose in your cells, you lose immunity and everything. You have to understand that. Listen.
It's just ideal.
Researchers from the UC Davis Comprehensive Cancer Center say they've located a so-called kill switch that can...
They located a kill switch, and remember they call that place a cancer center. What a damn joke. Listen.
Eliminate cancer cells, according to a new study published in the journal Cell Death and Differentiation.
This is pretty
This is game.
Take a look who we got in the background, people. The devil character right there with one eye showing the Einstein. So yes, people, whatever they can show you in the background, books and everything, even the character that they portray as smart, if they show him in the background, they also go look smart in a dumb world. Remember, I already told you, the reason why they celebrate that fake character in the background, Einstein as smart, is because you're living in a dumb world. That's why they have to specifically call out one person as smart. They're actually scared of the mag, be the truth. No doubt about it. So you understand what they're doing there, people. You got it. They can't stand this truth right here. It's like a thorn in their side. It's disturbing what they got for the masses' destruction. It actually fucking with them. No doubt about it. And I always say this. You know, the peoples that running these mind games and these operations and the people, they don't care who know about it for say it's still gonna go on. But we actually doing some kind of damage to them. That's why they have to delete the mag. You don't understand. They mention me even in books. You know, a lot of people don't know that, but they have a supposedly New York bestseller. And it's a dude that's supposedly even doing Netflix series and them things. And they actually do a book and mention the mag in it. No doubt about it. But they're not doing it to pump me up or nothing. But they have to mention me in there because, like I say, I do damage to their so-called agendas. No doubt about it. And even though, you know, they're taking down my videos and I'm right here with some few peoples and Patreons and I still got the podcast going on, I'm hurting what they're putting out. We gonna get into this right here and I'm gonna show you some things why they ate the mag, bitter truth, as you can see them telling you right here, another breakthrough treatment again for cancer. Remember the one that you get from all these chemicals that they put on you in your food, your water, all these things that you tie to? Yes, that's the same cancer they're talking about. Now they have a new breakthrough. They're gonna supposedly kill cancer. I'm gonna show you some things why they ate the mag, bitter truth. Listen.
In a remarkable new discovery, scientists at UC Davis in Sacramento, California, have identified a kill switch that can activate the death of cancer cells, potentially.
You understand what they just say, people? They discover a kill switch that can activate the supposedly kill the cell in the cancer, kill the cancer cells in your body. You believe that? A kill switch. Take a listen to this right here. Like I tell you, in the destruction time, they're going to come up with more invention to kill off the damn people. Pay attention.
Leading the way in new cancer treatment. This is humongous. This is groundbreaking. It happens to be in my backyard, being a native of Northern California.
Listen to them. They're laughing. And of course, it got to be California, people. Hollywood. You have to understand the land of fallen angels. That's what it is. They're playing with the dumb people right here with their supposedly cancer treatment. I already tell you get cancer. They're the one who actually did it to you with chemical. They poison your body, your cells with chemical. That's what they call cancer. And now they tell you they find a kill switch that your body already have. Listen.
UC Davis, Kelsey Kernstein has details on this amazing discovery. I mean, how exciting.
Listen.
Adrian and Marky, this really is a big deal. And I think when you put it into the perspective that 600,000 Americans this year alone are projected to die of cancer.
You hear that people projected to die and they mentioned 6. The 6 is according. Go back again. Listen. Because like I say, people, it's a design plan to kill off the masses without chemical. So they know exactly how much people they're going to kill every year. Listen.
Adrian and Marky, this really is a big deal. And I think when you put it into the perspective that 600,000 Americans this year alone are projected to die of cancer.
Projected to die of cancer. They know. Like I said, they plant the seed and they're activating it these times. Listen.
These implications, these new findings are immense, and they have the possibility to revolutionize cancer treatment as we know it. However, it's not yet been tested on animals and humans.
It's not yet been tested on animals or humans. First of all, if you test it on animals, you must gonna use it on animals. But they never tested on humans, so how the fuck did they know this is a breakthrough, supposedly? Remember these people, all these things that they're giving you, if they don't test it physical, they can never tell you what it's gonna do. So what kind of testing did they do? What did they do to make them say this is a breakthrough? All dumb shit for the masses. Again.
Has been proven successful in labs thus far. And humans, but it has been proven successful in labs thus far.
In labs? Oh, it proved successful in labs and you didn't try it out on nothing. You did never try it out. How can you prove something that you never try out? You prove it in a lab. How? Is a human being involved? How did you do this? Did you put a cell? Did you put a cell right there and you put the kill switch and kill the cancer cell? It makes no sense here, people. Listen.
Scientists are calling it a potential cancer treatment breakthrough.
You get targeted specific.
So, hold on, listen. Hold on before this ugly bastard speak. I don't get it, people. Listen. So if it's a kill switch, how it becomes a treatment? If it's a kill switch, you hit a switch and you kill it. Okay, so what happened? You have to treat them? Once they mention cancer treatment, people, it's a deadly chemical they're gonna put in your body. Yes, I saw what? What a dumb shit for the masses. They're just playing with us. Again.
Killing of those cells that are potentially going to do you harm.
Go back.
Cancer treatment breakthrough.
You get targeted specific killing of those cells that are potentially going to do you harm.
The cells are gonna do you harm. They can particularly target it and kill it with that supposedly kill switch. Remember when they first come out with the supposedly nanobots? They're trying to tell you that whatever sickness you have, COVID or anything, they can put those bots via injection in your body and it's gonna go there. Let medicine on that supposedly disease or virus you have or cancer to treat it. So listen, people, what is they telling you right here is almost like it's the same damn shit. They're gonna plant some bots in your body to fight diseases and cancer and them things. All fake shit for the masses.
Specific killing of those cells that are potentially going to do you harm, and then the healthy cells are left untouched.
Okay, so okay, hold on here, people, because there's something untold here. As far as you living without cells, can't happen, people. It cannot happen. Remember, your cells is everything. That's what make your body work. Your cells is everything. So how could you just talk about a cell killer like that? Oh, we're gonna just go in there and kill the cells, the one that gonna cause you harm. When your cells die, people, you gonna die. Do you understand that? You ever see somebody recover from cancer and look healthy? The answer is no. They can't be healthy because they got a lot of dead cells. You lose in your cells, you lose immunity and everything. You have to understand that. Listen.
It's just ideal.
Researchers from the UC Davis Comprehensive Cancer Center say they've located a so-called kill switch that can...
They located a kill switch, and remember they call that place a cancer center. What a damn joke. Listen.
Eliminate cancer cells, according to a new study published in the journal Cell Death and Differentiation.
This is game. Take a look who we got in the background, people. The devil character right there with one eye showing the Einstein. So yes, people, whatever they can show you in the background, books and everything, even the character that they portray as smart, if they show him in the background, they also go look smart in a dumb world. Remember, I already told you, the reason why they celebrate that fake character in the background, Einstein as smart, is because you're living in a dumb world. That's why they have to specifically call out one person as smart. Got it? That's why everything they give you is smart, the devices, because human being is dumb, 100%. So take a look at this right here. They're portraying that they're smart on you and giving you these killers. Pay attention. Of course, they're smarter than you.
Dr. Joe Gender, Tushir Singh, is a senior author of the study and says the combination of immunotherapy, along with the activation of this new kill switch, could revolutionize how doctors treat cancer.
And you see what they're showing? The supposedly DNA, because you already know everything they do to your body, destroying your cells. That's what they call DNA. You have to understand that. So your cells getting destroyed with everything they do to you. Any treatment, any injections, this is what it do to your body right there. Go back again.
Along with the activation of this new kill switch, could revolutionize how doctors treat cancer. A sort of 1-2 punch.
Think like a boxing game. You can keep boxing a person. Don't tell me it's a smart person, people. And you don't understand. This is how I figure out a lot of dumb people here. Because they always want to have debate and conversation with me. And every time we're having a conversation with these dumb peoples, they always have some dumb analogy. That's how you figure them out. The analogy is far, far, far from what they're talking about. We're talking about cancer and kill switch, and you're talking about boxing. Like I tell you people, this is how you discover dumb people that play smart. They always have to bring up dumb analogy to basically explain some serious shit.
Treat cancer, a sort of 1-2 punch.
Think like a boxing game. You can keep box a person on their belly, it'll take forever to eliminate the opponent. But you can make a right punch at right place, you can really eliminate it.
So you see people, there go your point right there. Did you understand it? He put it in a boxing analogy. If you're getting punch in the belly, you're not gonna get knocked out until you get hit in the head or in the face. What that got to do with this supposedly kill switch that you have in your body that they tell you they're gonna activate to kill cancer? It's another stupid shit, another way to destroy the masses. Like I said, the medical industry, that's the reason why they use the serpents as a logo. Again.
Tushir Singh says his team found a certain receptor that they believe can send a signal that causes cancer cells to self-destruct.
What kind of signal? You're talking about send signal, the human being body? What kind of dumb shit is that, people? Send signal? Go back again. Listen.
Dr. Tushir Singh says his team found a certain receptor that they believe can send a signal that causes cancer.
Why did you mention a certain? And you is a real doctor. Why can't you explain what the hell is you find? Why is it gotta be certain? Just like that other one gotta use boxing analogy to explain medicine and treatments is bullshit. Wake your ass up with a
to
bam.
self-destruct. However, the new research comes with its shortfalls and limitations. There aren't enough clinical trials, and thus far it's shown to be most effective in treating liquid cancers, not tumors.
Go back.
And thus far it's shown to be most effective in treating liquid cancers, not tumors.
Liquid cancers?
This is some bullshit about liquid cancer. I thought you say gonna kill the fucking cells. You never mentioned that the cancer gonna die really, just a cell. So you said the cancer the cell get controlled by the cancer then and take it over. And you're gonna kill the cell. So when you kill the cell, you kill the cancer. But you're not after the cancer. The kill switch that they're talking about that they're gonna find in your body, it's not gonna kill cancer, it kill your cells. So they're saying when the cancer get on the cell, they can activate the kill switch and kill the cells. So hear me, people. Just like I always mention about the chemotherapy. Remember the chemo, the chemical that they're putting in your body to kill cancer. Remember, it don't kill cancer. Nobody know that? No, it kills cells. So you understand what I'm saying? When I tell you about cancer, I never miss. That's why they hate the bitter truth. I'm not a doctor, I'm just using common sense. You understand that? So hear me. The treatment for cancer don't kill cancer. Okay? So what does it do? It kills cells. That's the same thing the chemotherapy do. So this supposedly kill switch that they can activate it only kills cells. So they open now, supposedly they're telling you that when we activate this kill switch, yes, the cancer on that cell, we're gonna kill that cell with the cancer and everything in it dead. That's what they're telling you. So listen, people, they're never gonna come up with this supposedly cure for cancer. Only cell killers. And listen, when your cell die, you die. What I say? There's a reason why you can't live with the cancer on your cells. Because your cells is what holding your body up, and this chemical take it over. So it can't get to function. It doing different things, giving you reaction. That's what they call cancer. So listen, people. The cell is not there, it's not gonna be good. So these people coming up with new ways how to kill off the human being cells right there. So listen me, people, that's why I tell you, if I ever get in a situation, because I won't get up and just go to the doctor to go check if I got cancer, it's dumb shit. So say for instance something happens to me and my people or my loved ones get me to the hospital or the doctor or whatever, and they say, listen, man, I got cancer. Once I got any kind of control, people, once I can move, I would leave. I would never stay there to get this supposed treatment. You tell me I have cancer, yeah, thank you, I'm good. Thanks for the heads up, and I'm gone. This is just my personal feeling. This is how I feel. So that means they can never kill my cells. So yes, you could go to the doctor and he tell you have cancer, just so they can work the operation of killing your cells. Or you're gonna tell them no. There's something come up on your body and they say, oh, a little pimple come up, and they say, yeah, look at this. We're gonna do a biopsy, and they take it to the lab or whatever, and they come back and tell you, listen, you have a cancer and it's stage 4 or stage something close to death. What you gonna do? They say, oh, we gotta start treatment right away. This is how they do it. It's not like you go there sick, but you have a so-called bump or something, you know, that the food trigger off, and these poison that you take in trigger off, and then bam, they have you in their hands to kill your cells. That's what they do, people. They're after the masses cells. That's what keep you alive. Some people even selling their people's their white blood cells. They give them a little cash just to take that. Unbelievable. When I mention now with the weight loss drugs that they got on the table, killing your fat cells, that cells you're losing, people. When you lose your cells, you get weak, your body dying. You have to understand that. That's why the cancer is dangerous, because it goes for the vital part of your body, your cells, and destroy it. So don't let them treat you with cell killers. That's the reason why you're taking it, because your cells in die-up situation, and now you let them give you a treatment to kill those cells. Unbelievable.
Are generally those cancers that are bloodborne cancers. So things like leukemia, where the cells are loose and circulating, and so not a solid tumor. Solid tumors are like lung cancers or ovarian cancers. Or
all of them come from the same thing, people. Deadly synthetic chemical made by the government, people. That's it, people. You can't even deny it now. It's too much. They come out and tell you the forever chemical is the leading cause of cancer, but it's not something that you got in your body just developed. It's something that they made, synthetic chemical. They can't hide it no more, people. Everything is out. The cat is out the bag. Deadly chemical created by man give you cancer. Don't ask again. It's over now. There is no use even think about it. It's done. That's exactly what happened right there. They feed you these deadly synthetic chemicals made by man, destroying your body, causing complications, things that you can never reverse with naturality. You can't use naturality to reverse none of it, because it was created by synthetic chemical. Take over your body and kill you. And I told you that's the reason why we on this side of the earth. We can't live too long. They're harvesting soul. You have to die to let the other person live. 100% in. Yes, another mag, bam, I'm gone.
Y'all get the gist of this, bro. Like, remember, I got another depopulation video from the mag, man. From Bamley, man. Originally Bamley, from his channel, right? I've been here since he had the Bamley channel. Alright, so right. Right. So we're gonna grab this other one dealing with the medical or the clinical or just in general health corruption that's taking place. Right. Let's grab this. This one a little longer. We're gonna get this and then we're gonna scroll it out, man.
No, I talk about the supposed.
Like this the second person I've seen talking about the disease X, right? I'm gonna get into this thing, man.
The disease X already, that they tell you that is the next disease that gonna kill off mankind. They're basically telling you it's worse than the COVID, and the world leaders basically telling you about it. Yes, the World Health Organization and all is in on this one right here to warn you about the next pandemic coming. That's what they're discussing right there while they tell you China is basically, running some experiment on a wicked, deadly virus in a lab. They make it and see what the damage is, what it can do, a new variant of the COVID. And now they're telling you about disease X right there. Don't worry about it. It's not a if you're going to get the next pandemic, it's when. You have to understand the door is already open for the destruction. They already got the people on the run from viruses. So that's the new norm. Bam. Always out there watching in the new time.
World leader.
As you could see, this vagabond show up orange tie style to fool you. That's what they do. Of course, they're going to tell you some things to get you on the run right now because they want to catch you in the trap. Listen.
Gathering in Davos, Switzerland this week are going to discuss disease X, a hypothetical virus 20 times deadlier.
Hypothetical virus? What? What?
Switzerland this week are going to discuss disease X, a hypothetical virus 20 times deadlier than COVID-19.
Okay.
Addressing a global pandemic is also something that a next U.S. president might face. But what exactly?
People, another pandemic is what the next supposedly U.S. president might face. You have to understand, people, the destruction is near. For all you people who sleeping, just watch where the world heading right now. They're going to turn everything backwards, satanic style. Nobody going to pay attention. Listen.
Is a disease X. According to the World Health Organization, disease X represents the knowledge that a serious international epidemic could be caused by an unknown pathogen.
Where did you get that knowledge from about an unknown pathogen? Where would you get that? Where did you get this information from? Where does this knowledge come from? Where does it come from to supposedly, think about a virus or put it in the masses' mind that a virus is going to come that they can't fight and it's more deadly than any virus that you ever seen. That's the same thing the Bill Gates tell you in about 2018 or something. You remember? This is how they do it, people. They're telling you about the script they have for mankind, the destruction. Listen.
Let's bring in Dr. Amish Adalja. He is a senior scholar at the Johnson.
You can't do the news without a doctor or somebody professional or somebody post up to trick the dumb masses. Listen.
Hopkins Center for Health Security. Thanks so much for being with us.
Center for Health Security. Health Security. I told you it's a wicked world, people. They're going to use the healthcare to destroy the world. It's too late.
When, in fact, there were hundreds of reports in bears already on myocarditis up until that point. They had already consulted.
Shut off the naysayers who keep going, no, it's not real. Shut them off and say, okay, wait, so you can make a movie and put biofrequency data in the audio in the movie to communicate directly with somebody's system on a chip. Hey man, some of them use it for entertainment like haptic and gaming gear. With their virtual light communication, the Wi-Fi, and the optogenetics doing what to the air molecules? Pressure changes, electricity, cellular voltage, cellular membranous voltage in your body to change your cells and your hormones in real time is not the same. As I watched a movie and people were talking about it, and it kind of made me think that might happen. Not the same.
All right, Shalaki, man. All right, Shalaki, it's crazy. Okay, yeah. So we get into the last thing last before we get into the scrolls. I'm gonna end it at like 4. So, but antennas, routers, appliances, and smartphones for a smart grid, a smart kill grid, right? Into your body, nano network, the bio, nano, all that. She just got into it. It's crazy. I was already on something like that. Then we got the next thing over, right? Which is damn, well, I thought I had it. I should like, hold on. Alright, hold on. Gotta get that Eugenics as well. Okay, yeah. So the age of transitions as well, right? Dealing with eugenics, transhumanism, posthumanism, all that, right? So we're gonna go and get into this, right? And then we're gonna grab that, we're gonna go and get the scrolls. Or we could get the scrolls in between.
Of the devil. 7,000, 8,000. What's up? 8,000. So here we're gonna have a look at the recordings in Glasgow and a couple of other places. We're gonna especially focus on the microwatts per square meter measurement, which is the power of the density. 9,000 microwatts per square meter. Yeah, that's the situation. 50-51. That's a record, isn't it? Less than 1 in the kitchen. That's probably the natural level. However, the highest recordings I've ever done outside were in Edinburgh, more than 20,000 microwatts per square meter. This is in Princess Street, a place which is very much circulated, full of residents and tourists, full of official buildings and parks and various attractions. Look, 21,000 microwatts per square meter, and that's not all, because it goes up to more than 25,000 microwatts per square meter too. Absolutely astonishing. Last year, I couldn't stay here at the bus stop more than a few minutes. I had to look for another one nearby where the radiation was just in hundreds of microwaves per square meter. That's where I was able to wait for a bus. And this is what the inhabitants and the tourists in Edinburgh have to endure. Yeah, and the highest ever recordings I have done outdoors were in Glasgow in 2021. This is Argyle Street facing Buchanan Street. People are crossing here. There are several small antennas in this area. So we got 32,000 microwatts per square meter. This is 10 times more than one gets next to a wireless router, as you have seen before. Yeah, it's really a killing field. But now it seems it doesn't go so high. It goes just to thousands. And this is a couple of measurements I've done in the Bucharest subway, which they have endowed with 5G antennas attached to the ceilings, and it goes up to 40, even 50,000 microwatts per square meter suddenly. And now a nice experiment in the house. As you can see at the window, the street, the environment, because of two mast antennas, gives us 200 up to 400 and something microwatts per square meter. But down here, it's a board covered by several layers of aluminium foil, and here we get about a tenth or even less than a tenth of the radiation at the window. So this is a real protection offered by simply some aluminium foil, and we know that copper, nickel and other materials are good too. And now we'll see what the situation is with a couple of mobile phones, one LG and two Samsungs. And I think this will give us some major surprises indeed. That's the radiation from the phone on YouTube. You can see there. Next it. Up to.
Okay, so we can get this at any other time, but we're gonna go and get this, the age transitions, Eugenics, transhumanism, and then I gotta get the scrolls, bro.
The long-awaited new millennium was finally upon us, and although it was a time of great celebration, the night was also met with apprehension.
Now, as the next century rapidly approaches, there have been very legitimate concerns about potential Y2K problems and terrorist threats. And John Walsh of America's Most Wanted is in the command center of the New York City Mayor's office.
More than 50 state, federal agencies are watching and ready to react to any situation. Starting last Wednesday, more than 100 crisis managers began round-the-clock monitoring of New York's critical systems. And we're on the 23rd floor here, so this place is virtually flood-proof and chemical warfare-proof.
As the world turned before us, it became clear that Y2K had been overblown.
It is too early yet to say that all is well, but so far, the FAA says that not a plane was affected. The word came to Washington that all is well. So far, all of the briefings in Washington have told us that everything is green, which means that all computer systems are so far working as matter. The Pentagon is pleased, and it looks like this Y2K turn may turn out to have none of the trouble that anyone predicted.
Tonight we celebrate the change of centuries, the dawning of a new millennium. We celebrate the future, imagining an even more remarkable 21st century. So we Americans must not fear change. Instead, let us welcome it, embrace it, and create it. Such a triumph will require great efforts from us all. It will require us to stand against the forces of hatred and bigotry, terror and destruction, It will require us to make further breakthroughs in science and technology, to cure dread diseases, heal broken bodies, lengthen life, and unlock secrets from global warming to the black holes in the universe.
Although Y2K turned out fine, there was a definite sense of disappointment. The coming of the new millennium seemed anticlimactic. There was no discernible difference between the years 1999 and 2000. As the year passed, this feeling only grew stronger, with a presidential election featuring two of the most boring candidates Americans could remember. There was some excitement, as an extremely close election ended in controversy over who had won. But after the dust had settled, the title of Commander-in-Chief went to this guy. Then it was back to business as usual, with George W. Bush as the most boring president in history.
I'm working on some initiatives where you'll see, I mean, there'll be some decisions that I will have made while I'm here, and we'll be announcing them as time goes on.
1 year later, something happened that would change the world forever. That morning, we watched in horror and disbelief as reality resembled the fiction of a big-budget Hollywood disaster film. The nation was in shock. How did this happen? Who flew those planes? What are we going to do? These were the obvious questions which demanded answers. And we didn't have to wait very long for those answers. 19 Muslim extremists had hijacked airliners with box cutters. They targeted major U.S. landmarks to get their message across. We hate America and its freedom. These men had been led by Osama bin Laden, the mastermind behind the anti-American radical Islamic group known as Al-Qaeda. Luckily, American troops had already been amassed in and around Afghanistan, the country where bin Laden was hiding in a cave. As the military went to work in Afghanistan, we the people were asked to make some serious changes at home. The war on terror had begun, and with it came the expectation that certain liberties would have to be sacrificed in the name of security. We found ourselves living in a post-9/11 world. As the world changed all around us, a fanatical form of patriotism offered condolence to those mourning the loss of the now distant good old days. Boredom was a thing of the past. Changes came faster than they ever had before. While most people were slapping red, white, and blue stickers on their bumpers, the United States government was busy holding a conference concerned with changes so large that they promised to alter human nature itself. 21st century goals were discussed in preparation for what would come to be known as the Age of Transitions. The title, Age of Transitions, was coined by Newt Gingrich in his introduction to the National Science Foundation and Department of Commerce-sponsored workshop on NBIC technologies. The workshop featured a wide range of participants from governmental and private institutions such as NASA, MIT, Carnegie Mellon University, the Department of Defense, Hewlett-Packard, and many more. It was a chance for experts in the fields of nano, biological, information, and cognitive technologies to discuss their visions for the future alongside government officials. And the goals discussed for the future were nothing short of Promethean, with the key goal stated as enhancing human performance. This in turn would lead to a more efficient societal structure. Indeed, technological convergence was given as the answer to all of the world's now infamous global problems. It promised to bring upon a new renaissance of human development. It was the hope of integrating humanity with nature to save the Earth. Visions laid out included robotics, cybernetics, artificial intelligence, life extension, brain enhancement, virtual reality, genetic engineering, and even teleportation. Enhancing human performance would require merging human biology with technology. Brain-machine interfaces, or BMIs, would allow the control of machinery with the brain itself. Implantable brain chips would also be able to store information and enhance cognitive function. The ultimate human-machine symbiosis could be to download an actual copy of a person's brain into a supercomputer. This would allow someone to effectively live forever within a computer-generated virtual simulation. More subtle concepts such as using virtual reality in classrooms were also discussed. And of course, the military implications of convergence were quite
right? The key word, convergence, right? Eugenics, transhumanism, posthumanism, convergence, right? The age of transitioning. Why you think that keyword is everywhere? Transitioning. Why you think that's everywhere, man? Right? Right? Next thing, nanotech, right? Nanotech been coming up it been coming up in the topics lately so much, bro. Like literally, bro. Like nigga, a lot. It been coming up so much, fam. So we're gonna hop back into it.
Obvious, as cybernetic enhancement of human performance is inevitable. Achieving these visions requires the decoding and understanding of complex systems. The most important complex system being the human brain. After all, it is the driving force behind human performance. Through the use of bioinformatics, functions of the brain could be understood. Bioinformatics is the process of collecting data from a biological system in order to understand how that system works. The next step in the process would involve biomimetics. the mimicking of those same biological systems. Using this process could enable the development of artificial intelligence. A stated military goal for artificial intelligence is the creation of uninhabited combat vehicles. Removing the pilot would result in a more combat agile aircraft. These machines would also have the ability to maintain themselves. The use of new materials created with nanotech would enable lighter, stronger, high-tech solutions. And of course, the super soldier was also mentioned at this conference. All sorts of new techniques, from pharmaceuticals to robotic exoskeletons, can make this vision come true. It's important to realize that this report clearly states that cybernetic enhancement of human performance is inevitable, with Newt Gingrich proclaiming, "Those countries that ignore these patterns of change will fall further behind and find themselves weaker, poorer, and more vulnerable to their wiser, more change-oriented neighbors." Mr. Gingrich conservatively calls for a tripling of the National Science Foundation budget. He also mentions George Bush's approval of a $604 million increase towards the nano budget. Convergence is the priority area of importance in implementing the great promise of a new day for the 21st century. One group stands above all others in applauding this funding for convergence. They are known as transhumanists, most prominent among which are professors, philosophers, scientists, and celebrities. The transhumanists see a world of problems, just begging to be solved with converging technology.
Sometimes we don't see a problem because either it's too familiar or it's too big. Can't see it because it's too big. The first is death is a big problem. If you look at the statistics, the odds are not very favorable to us. So far, most people who have lived have also died. Existential risk, the second big problem. Existential risk is a threat to human survival or to the long-term potential of our species. The third big problem is that life isn't usually as wonderful as it could be. I think that's a big, big problem. There are just those moments that you have experienced where life was fantastic. And you wonder, why can't it be like that all the time? Suppose we fixed these things.
The transhumanist golden age will kick off with an event known as the singularity. The singularity will occur at the point which artificial intelligence surpasses the capabilities of the human brain.
Hello, I am Kibo. In the near future, you and I are going to be very good friends.
Is this really the best if we can dream of? Is this the best we can do? Or is it possible to find something a little bit more inspiring? If we want to achieve this, what in the world would have to change? And this is the answer. We would have to change, not just the world around us, but we ourselves. Not just the way we think about the world, but the way we are. Our very biology, human nature would have to change. So we could think of adding on different new sensory capacities and mental faculties.
Brain implants have the potential to treat a wide range of conditions in the very near future. A team at the University of Southern California is working on an implant to replace the hippocampus. The chip was tested by interfacing it with the brains of rats.
You can improve the response of the rats by about 50 or 70%. So we do see an improvement in the rats' performance.
The next step will be to develop the chip for humans.
When you go out to the late 2020s, everybody, almost everybody, will have some amount of non-biological intelligence inside their brains. It's going to happen this very gradual way by introducing non-biological intelligence. That gradually becomes more and more sophisticated with new versions. As you go to the 2040s, and the non-biological The machine portion of intelligence can be vastly more powerful than the biological portion. The biological intelligence will be pretty trivial at that point, and ultimately that is really where the action is.
My personal view is that we are the information, the processing going on in our minds, which means that an uploaded mind would actually be the same person. A computer copy of me would be me.
In the same way that we have 100-year-old cars now that are working just as well as they did when they rolled off the production line, insofar as there were production lines back then. Similarly, we will, once we become able to implement sufficiently comprehensive repair and maintenance technologies, we'll be able to do the same to the human body.
There will be cyborgs, and I see that as inevitable. But I don't think it's going to solve the problem. In fact, I think it'll just make it worse. Because, I mean, imagine you're a Terran, and your next-door neighbor starts going cyborgian, right? Starts adding components, and then suddenly the person next door is capable of learning a human language in just by, in seconds. So you would then get a real split in human capacities, because these cyborgs are no longer human, in effect. They'll be sort of superhuman.
Now, for the first time in human history, in the information revolution, we can begin to become masters of intelligence. This mastery will offer us unparalleled freedom and opportunities. It has the potential to enrich our lives more than anything we've seen before.
All revolutions have winners and losers. This revolution is no exception. But I would say the big losers are the people who say they don't want to get involved. They're the ones who are going to discover that being a little bit out of touch will have some unpleasant consequences.
They're going to get a lot of people who do want to upgrade themselves, no question about that. And there'll be commercial interests and political interests supporting those groups. There's a lot of money to be made here, a lot of power, not just in a military sense, but in an everyday sense, in terms of who gets jobs and who doesn't.
From cyborgs with very long lifespans to downloading consciousness itself into a machine, transhumanists say that it is impossible to predict exactly what a post-human will be, but it will indeed be better than human. Such lofty promises are understandably being embraced by many people in search of a better world for everyone. So-called techno-progressives wish to see this technology developed, but also want to make sure that it is equitably distributed throughout all strata of society. Techno-progressives are rivaled by various people, including bioconservatives, those people opposed to the creation of posthumans, and surprisingly, also by experts within the fields of convergence itself. Marvin Minsky, the originator of artificial neural networks and the co-founder of the Artificial Intelligence Lab at MIT, has said, "Ordinary citizens wouldn't know what to do with eternal life. The masses don't have any clear-cut goals or purpose." No matter how you look at it, the singularity is being promised as the great solution to our 21st century global problems. Thanks to such early work as the Human Genome Project, we will be able to decode DNA itself.
So you got
through
nanotech, then you got the singularity, right? Trying to see how I can break down the singularity part. The singularity is dealing with the convergence as well, bro. On that standpoint, right? We can grab. Okay, let me just note that we can get into that separately another time. But I need to continue that because I want to get these scrolls, man, concerning these nations. Right, you lucky, man.
Through the use of applied genetics, science will be able to improve the human race. What most people don't realize is that this concept is not new. It is, in fact, a repackaging of what was once called eugenics. The term eugenics means good genes, or good origin. It was coined in 1883 by British scientist Sir Francis Galton. He defined eugenics as a moral philosophy to improve humanity by encouraging the best and brightest to breed. Galton was the half-cousin of Sir Charles Darwin, the famous originator of the theory of evolution, which also would come to be known as Darwinism. The three main tenets of Darwinism are the evolutionary transformation from one species into others, natural selection is the cause of divergence in species, the drive behind evolution is the sexual reproductive instinct, and that life is a constant struggle for survival. Galton actually used the theory of evolution to substantiate his new science of eugenics. In his book, Studies on Hereditary Genius, he attempted to prove that the aristocratic families of the British Empire were in fact a superior race. The fact that in the struggle for life, they had made it to the very top of society proved that they were the best that humanity had to offer. It is important to note that Darwin's famous Origin of Species is actually subtitled Preservation of Favored Races in the Struggle for Life. Not surprisingly, the Royal Society, a scientific institution dedicated to the improvement of natural knowledge, picked up on these new ideas and promoted Darwin heavily. Being a creation of the British monarchy, the Royal Society was obviously in favor of promoting the idea of the genetic superiority of the royal family. Science itself was being positioned to replace the old religious appeal of the divine right of kings to rule over the inferior masses. Darwin himself stated, "Elite status is prima facie evidence of evolutionary superiority." Through scientism, science as religion, Darwinism could in fact bring about social change. Social Darwinism would manifest itself as eugenics. To eugenicists, the masses were cattle. With Galton calling eugenics the science...
He said through eugenics, the masses was cattle. Ain't we seeing that now? Right. Now, at first, at the beginning of the video, it started during the year of the beginning of that new millennium, which is 2000. It showed the number 2000. They was talking about that millennium. When it, because of course they had the, you know what I'm saying, running back to that midnight it turned, and then, because essentially all that had already been getting ready in preparation for that new millennium, because you know they be probably more than 50 years over concerning the blueprints that they got concerning the masses, what they trying to do onto the masses. So it stated the masses is cattle. Like then you see these cats, like you see the dogs, cows, people be put on the food chain, right? There's different types of ways of cannibalism. So you got ones who might, you know, in mind be like, okay, this person, I'm cooking this. And through classification, right? Just through classification and recognition, they like, okay, boom, it's finna cannibalize, right? Now, other ways, you got intelligence, like different types of intelligence and technology that's cannibalizing on folks. Like, that's why artificial intelligence is the biggest thing right now. If not, if it ain't hit everybody, it's gonna become the biggest thing, right? And essentially, it's gonna get so bad, because we already seeing it now. Essentially, it's gonna get so bad to where the same ones who are testing against it gonna be like, you know, they're saying, oh man, they're using this artificial intelligence, they, you know, stealing sperm. They already under the condition where they starting to do the same thing, right? because it's an algorithm thing, bro. Right?
Science of improving the stock. The rise of scientism spawned the widespread proliferation of eugenics as it reached American shores at the turn of the century. The Eugenics Record Office in Cold Springs Harbor, New York, went to work, amassing hundreds of thousands of family pedigrees for genetic research. They also lobbied for state sterilization acts and other eugenic legislation. In 1899, Henry Clay Sharp, a prison physician, began sterilizing degenerate prisoners. And later in 1907, he was a key advocate for a law in Indiana which was passed, mandating the compulsory sterilization of degenerates throughout the state. In 1921, the American Eugenics Society was formed and began propaganda campaigns, which included the promotion of eugenics in churches, schools, and state fair exhibitions. Funding for American eugenics came from the Carnegie, Harriman, and Rockefeller families, among others. Eugenics was being accepted as a genuine form of science. Social Darwinism made strong advances toward a world in which scientism would fulfill Galton's dream of having eugenics be the religion of the future. But a major setback occurred at the end of World War II.
And we seeing that? It said eugenics the religion of the future. And we seeing whole, you know what I'm saying, family trees being placed among other folk through the black art, not only through the eugenics, but like I said, the artificial intelligence, the black artificial intelligence projects and programs, bloodline extension. I mean, however you said, extinct, right? Another eugenics program. See, it's different list of eugenics program as well, right? That's happening now. Everything is taking place now, man. Everything we waiting, we like, oh man, we gotta wait till it's 2030, 2050. Bro, that's already, bro. Everything we waiting on up to then. See, that's what I'm saying. That's letting you know you on the wrong calendar. If everything that's supposed to be going on in 2050, going on in 2024, so-called, on the Gregorian calendar. But that just lets you know you on the wrong calendar. That just lets you know you on the wrong time. Because everything they doing 30 years from now, they doing it right now. If they ain't doing it already, they already got you under the conditions to accept it through the social engineering, which is on your social media and everywhere else. Because of course, they're gonna build characters first. They're gonna allow people to get on the world stage, and they're gonna propagate it. They might come in through comedian. They might come in as a rapper. They might come in, you know what I'm saying, doing ads, come in like how they selling stuff, promoting stuff, advertising through ads. They might come in like that. They might come in through any other type of way. But you best believe they gonna push through that. They gonna push that thing through. So yeah, man, we gonna keep getting into this thing, man. Hold on, let me get this wrote down real quick. Masses, that's cattle. That's cattle to bestiality, right? You gotta know they gonna do the first steps, of course. They gonna do the first steps. First steps gonna be done, which is first we're gonna make the masses be in a lower state of consciousness, which is the cattle mind, which is all the animals. Everything you raising up and you feeding, that's exactly what the government doing. While your mama and your daddy birth you, boom. You know what I'm saying? And then how everything's set up, your daddy might not be around, or vice versa, your mama might not be around all the time. Somebody gonna be looking for governmental assistance. They get their government assistance, then after that, you basically like cattle. Pretty much. Because just like farmers, they get the animals, boom. They might be babies. He raise them up, feed them. Right? Raise them up, feed them. Some people just have cattle for cattle. You know what I'm saying? Because, you know, it's a stock. It's a form of wealth. Right? And some people got it to where, I done raised this cow up. I done raised this animal up. You know what I'm saying? Times getting hard. It's going now to where we got to start touching the cattle. We ain't got to worry about, no stove, tampering with no product that I didn't raise. Right? If I didn't raise this, healthy, everything, healthy, raised, natural, on the land. That's cattle, that's product, that's food. Times, because now we getting to the time with famine. We finna start seeing famines. It's gonna get there. It's gonna get, because ain't too much of no real food in the world, bro. A lot of people know that though. Or you think the fast food is being ate how it is? Or you think they advertising, like just like what we're getting into now? The masses is cattle. You think they ain't putting the masses in? You know what I'm saying? The fast food ain't even cattle no more. I'm gonna put it like that. The fast food ain't even raised up cattle to where now it's going through the food chain. It ain't even cattle no more. You got the masses, you got the inhabitants of the land is more on the food chain than it is real animals. Not the ones they creating, but real animals. You have more the inhabitants of the land on the food chain more than you do animals nowadays, because bro, everything is artificial or it's GMO, it's being put, then not to mention they building GMO humans as well. They trying to do that. Right? They doing that as well. So you gotta consider the fact, like, okay, we ain't really got too much no food, no real food like that no more. So it's like, you gotta actually look at that thing and be like, damn, hold on. And be like, hold on. You ain't really got no more food like that, right? You ain't really got no more food like that. How is it? They still got all this meat. They still got all this. And then every time you look around, it's more and more signs that you got, you know what I'm saying, you real deal got folk in the food chain being pushed through the line at these fast food restaurants. Why you think they advertise? Why, bruh? Since the 80s and the 90s and probably the 70s, probably the 60s. Bro, they ain't advertised McDonald's like that. Like how they doing now since back then. Why you think they doing that? Cause it ain't about the quality of the meat, the quantity. It ain't about none of that no more. It's about, nigga, we putting you in here. DNA, all that. Why you think they all on the ads? Why you think they on the advertisements? You go on Instagram or something, or you go on Facebook, you go on your reels. Homeless man might be homeless. They come on. It's like almost, it never fails. They come to him with a McDonald's. It never fails. Not, sometimes it might be some chicken maybe, and that's even being planned. That's even being played with right now. chicken. Right? Chicken. It's been tampered with. I can pull up something right now where it shows. I can go to a practice right now where they mixing the gym. If the animal that they got that they killing finna put on the food chain, right? Maybe been raised up, maybe been good, maybe been healthy to where it can be put through the food chain. But best believe I can pull up something now where they mixing that. If they still got any good animals, any good cattle that they raised up, and now that they want to put, or rather they've been doing it, we just ain't know it, but now it's starting to come out. And they've been putting humans, bro, best believe they doing both. Now they doing both. Just to scratch the good with whatever good cattle they got left that they finna put through the, through the food chain. They gonna stretch that. They be like, man, I ain't finna give them all this. So then they'll catch on to us if we go ahead and put all this in there, knowing it ain't really no food, knowing we done took all the real thing. We done stocked that up for ourselves. And then most of them, they carnivores, they eat meat, human meat, and drink blood and all type of stuff anyway. So they ain't really, they killing off the real thing anyway. They turning it into something else. Just like they trying to do us. Mammals. Everybody know that we was in school, bro. If they ain't teach us really nothing else, they taught us that we was mammals. Mammals just like certain animals. So it's like so we back with it, man. We hopping back into it, man.
It was discovered that American eugenics had been a major influence on Hitler's final solution. In 1934, Rudolf Hess had stated that National Socialism is nothing but applied biology. Hitler had only wanted to preserve the best German stocks and elevate them to a dominant position within society. It was at this point in eugenics history that a crucial move had to be made in order to hide eugenics from the now aware masses of humanity. Prominent eugenicist Julian Huxley stepped up and offered a solution. He simply invented a new word to replace eugenics, that term being transhumanism, which he defined as a need for mankind to realize the importance of steering the direction of its own evolution. Yes, eugenics was one of the original aspects of transhumanism, and it is no surprise as Julian was the grandson of Thomas Henry Huxley, who had been a president of the Royal Society and one of the most well-known advocates of Darwinism in its early days. Julian, being properly raised, was educated at Oxford, his specialty being evolutionary biology. He went on to many high-level positions, which included the titles of Vice President and President of the British Eugenics Society, which of course had the task of removing undesirable variants from the human gene pool. Julian Huxley has said the following of eugenics: "The lowest strata are reproducing too fast. Therefore, they must not have too easy access to relief or hospital treatment, lest the removal of the last check on natural selection should make it too easy for children to be produced or to survive. Long unemployment should be a ground for sterilization."
Now y'all heard that, right? Now that was for real minorities. That was for the minorities. Right? He said the lower strata. Go back, hold on.
Was one of the original aspects of transhumanism, and it is no surprise as Julian was the grandson of Thomas Henry Huxley, who had been a president of the Royal Society and one of the most well-known advocates of Darwinism in its early days. Julian, being properly raised, was educated at Oxford, his specialty being evolutionary biology. He went on to many high-level positions, which included the titles of Vice President and president of the British Eugenics Society, which of course had the task of removing undesirable variants from the human gene pool. Julian Huxley has said the following of eugenics. The lowest...
Right? The lower strata, this is what he stated. He said the lower strata are producing way too fast. Who is that? It's only one. Other than Mexicans. And they Aboriginal as well, so they right along with us. Right? Why you think they got if they got a gene pool, right? If they got a gene pool, you think they ain't got a sperm pool? Why you think that's been attacked now? Which been attacked. It's been getting attacked, but I'm saying now it's like openly. Everything, all the attacks is open now. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, don't get this. The lower strata are producing too fast. So-called blacks, African Americans, Judah, right? Latinos, Issachar, right? Puerto Ricans, all the black folk. Levi, Haitians, Benjamin, Jamaican, all of them. We still got tribes we ain't even recognizable because they been gene pulling and changing the phenotypes, changing, make them look different. Put somebody else in front of us and be like, okay, damn, they the people who, yeah. So it's like, if I can go find a video where it's like, it's a certain particular videographer who actually going to the lands of the 12 tribes, right? Because I got into that as well. I actually went on. It's right on YouTube. You can go right on YouTube and go get that. Like he going straight to the lands. Even went to certain lands where they not even considered the 12, and they the 12. That's the thing about it. They the 12, but people don't even know them because it's tribes that's been hidden. It's lost tribes, bro. That's just of the same stock of the same ones you seeing every day that you might not even think, damn, they the people. Every day, it's stocks of the certain of the 12 of the certain ones we ain't even seen. But we didn't seen them in America, cause bro, everybody in America, bro, you gotta understand, all people is all types of folks in America. It's all types of people from different stocks of tribes, of different nations and nationalities, ethnic backgrounds. That's in America. Why you think they call this the stirring pot? It's the pot. You got all these different folks in this land that's coming from over here, whole time. They been here. They been doing this same thing. But they made you think only a certain, I'm gonna put it like this, only a certain people wasn't just back and forth coming over here like that. Right? Some folk was already coming over here. They been and they was black. That's what I'm saying. Most of the population of the earth was what they call today black folk, Aboriginal peoples. Now all they been doing is all these all they did was set up an enterprise and been stealing melanin, blood, sacrificing folks' lives. So it's like a lot of melanin, a lot of the skin color and got lighter, and just what we get into now, the eugenics, and so they look different. Majority of the people on Earth, even people in Rome, even people in Europe, was black folk, so-called what they call today black folk, Aboriginals. But they were just in a land where they dialect probably was more. It wasn't more of that Negro. It wasn't more of that, you know, that slang. Cause even in Ophir, which is known today, what they call today Africa, we still had a certain slang. We had a slang. We how we write. You know how people be writing in slang when they texting. Dude, we was doing that back then. It just we weren't outrageous with it like how we is, cause we on a phone or we typing on the computer. We was doing the same thing. Replace people be thinking it's games, bro. They was replacing C's and K's back in Africa. They was doing that. They still doing that. They were replacing certain letters with this letter, like they had dyslexia, this what they call it, dyslexia. They been doing that thing, bro. People be like, man, you act like you gang bang. You do that, you turn a C to a K or whatever, A to a something else, and bro, they been doing that, fam. That's really nothing new. Fast forward, your gangs, bro. Dude, it's a lot of it, bro. That's what I'm saying. They got us so twisted up out here, bro. Like the time we in is even twisted. Like they tell you full blown without telling you. You just keep trying to see, keep digging, keep trying to find, keep trying to go straight to the truth, keep trying to go past the surface. But you will find that you really ain't even on the right calendar. A lot of people know that now. Cause how you got stuff that's supposed to be going on in 2050 and 2040 and 2035 and it's already happening now. In the past recent years and now. You know what I'm saying? It only makes sense. Like, bro, everything y'all talking about, we need to look forward to the future and all that. Just like the whole little thing concerning past, present, future, and all that. Bro, that's bro. Tell you can say something, 5 minutes go by, that's the past. Like, that's, you know what I'm saying? Which still can be present, because it wasn't number 5 minutes ago. It's, like, it just really, we put the superstition on it. All we did was put the superstition on it. That's it. And made it a little more than what it was. It's folks now. You know what I'm saying? And it killed off essentially. Where nigga, they ain't even believe in aging. You have one birthday. And all you doing is worshiping a beast. I'm a Gemini. Oh, I'm a Sagittarius. I'm a Cancer, or I'm a this, I'm a Aries, and all of that. Then you go to what Solomon was talking about with the 72 spirits, and it's probably more than that. All of them symbolize the logo. All of them symbolize the zodiac, and they was nothing but beasts. Whether they was actual beast form or they had a human form, but they was like, you know, it was beast. So it's like, bro, it's a system with everything we try to cling on to and hold on to, or this system. It was a system implemented within that. That's how they be doing this, as a construct or something. You might have a construct, then it's a construct within that construct. Then you break down that construct, it might be another construct. Like, that's how they be trying to boggle you down so much, bro. Like, it be a system within a system, right? Look at brothers who go get locked up, who go to prison, bro. They go to a system, right? Get into the system with, you know, the institution, however you want to put it, and then get among people they never been around, and they got a system. Then it's a system above them that they rebelling against. So it's like, bro, everywhere you go, it's gonna be a system within a system within a system within a system. Unless you run across folks who who take all that down and just straight to the point. Don't live by none of that and just get straight to the point. So it's like, man. But yeah, the lower strata are producing too fast. Therefore, they must not have too easy access to relief or hospital treatment. Right? You paying. You know what I'm saying? Something happened to you, you gotta go pay. You're already in that disposition to where, like, the curses, you gotta understand the curses. The curses, it got you to where if you ain't already found out who you was and found out how to, come back to the covenant and break the curse, and I'm gonna break the curse off you, but you still under the curses. You still in the project. You still dealing with it. You still in the trench. You entrenched. These are Deuteronomy curses, bro. Like, a lot of these systems is strictly on you because of disobedience. Like, don't nobody want to look at it like that, but it's strictly on you because of some type of disobedience. You disobeyed and didn't want to, That's why. That's it. Only reason. Other than that, bro, ain't no, nah, it's just, nah, it's this, they got this. Like, don't get it twisted. It's more to a lot of stuff we talking about. It's more stuff to a lot of things, bro. Trust, but yeah, like, carry on, not to digress. Let's the removal of the last check. Right, the removal of the last check on the natural selection should make it too, should make it too easy for children to be produced or to survive. Right? Long employment should be
Lowest strata are reproduced.
Long employment should be a ground for sterilization. Who you think they gonna attack first to sterilize something? Who you think they gonna attack first? They gonna attack babies. Cause you have a baby, they know you finna bring them clean to the hospital. Sterilization right there, boom. Oh, I gotta give you baby shots. Ooh. Why he tell you really supposed to have your baby natural. No epidural, none of that. Because soon you have a baby, they know they got a system already on that. You have a baby, they know you gotta, cause they got a system where if you don't bring your baby back, they coming to get your baby. So then they know you finna have to, you gon' have to, cause they got some on you already about that. You gon' have to bring your baby back to the hospital. If you ain't doing no home, everything scratch, everything straight, homegrown, concerning that birth, bro, you finna, they already got you on the system where you gotta bring that baby right back to the, get his shots, get her shots, whatever, whichever one, whichever gender, get her shots, boom, that's sterile. They already putting you under the sense of, okay, we sterilizing them. We finna put shots in them. You don't even know what's in them. You just, hey, he need his shots. The baby need his shots. And they never tell you why, or if they do, it's, of course, they already been doing this for so many years, but they already got something made up and copyrighted and filed, documented, and it might not even be nothing to do with that. Soon you have kids, they already got you under the system. Soon you have kids. Cause they know most people ain't gonna do no, they gonna go get pampered. They gonna go straight to the government assistance. They either gonna go to the hospital. I mean, we're gonna give you a bed, we're gonna give you a gown, make sure you eat something in there. Might not be nothing that you probably want to eat. We're gonna give you some food to eat in that mug. We're gonna hit you with this shot. You ain't gonna have too much, nothing, no pain like that. Even though in the long run, the pain gonna be there. You allow them they sterilize. Not only they sterilize your baby when you have one, they sterilizing you through a sense. Women, daughters of man, hit you with you don't want to go get, you don't want the natural way, sit in the water, slide them out, all that. You finna go sit in you lay in the bed. They finna, you ain't finna do it and yeah, you got a choice where, okay, I can go to the hospital and I still ain't gotta get the epidural. But, right? They can have that choice where they can go and be like, well, I don't want to get that. I'ma just have it. Right? Unless you doing it that way, then but still your baby gonna get it. If you don't get it, the baby gonna get it. Some way they gonna try to catch you some way where they come like, oh yeah, you gotta make sure this going on right here. And they gonna make sure of it. See, back then, they had census. So they had folk come to your house. Line everybody who stay in the house, line them up, count them from head to head. So you had census back in the day. Back then, they'd come to your house. I don't think they probably was pushing it back then with the insulin, with the with the shot back then. Probably not. Probably still was. It probably was worse because it was old fashioned. Everything probably was way worse, bro. But some of that stuff didn't even it wasn't even around at that time. So a lot of the times, no, you probably didn't have to do that. Long unemployment should be for a ground for sterilization. All right, we're gonna keep it rolling.
Producing too fast. Therefore, they must not have too easy access to relief or hospital treatment, lest the removal of the last check on natural selection should make it too easy for children to be produced or to survive. Long unemployment should be a ground for sterilization. Transhumanism was born out of humanism, which is yet another form of scientism, characterized by its faith.
Look, so that was characterized, right? Look, small face, medium, buck up, right? Now you got the strong, bulky. Then you got the mush. I'm gonna call it the mush. Then you mushing, right? And then if you look at this, if they had like the video podcast and thing, I can show y'all where it's like the whole sketch of this transhumanism through all the processes. It just shows you how they do the women. Transhumanism was women. I mean, not women, but half of the time they use it for the gender split. That's really why they pushing it. Why you think they got the transgender, then they got the transhumanism all in the same walk taking place. Because all the transhumanism, they got to use the same process to even do transgender. They using the same process. Swapping the chromosomes and the hormones and the meridians, and they doing the same thing. If you was to see this sketch, you would see exactly what I'm saying. And it's happening now. Now everything tangible. You ain't gotta go to no laboratory and let these folks do nothing to you or whatever. Now it's tangible. People got phones where they can go to a certain website, webinar, boom. Apps. It's called such thing, just like what we got into. It's a such thing called human database. They make their own portable human database and be hitting buttons. Universal remotes. Hit a button on you. Boom. We just got into the little kill switch. little thing dealing with the kill switch. Right? Come on, man. Let's hop into it.
Of human beings to create their own future. Yet another clever rationalization for eugenics as the creative force behind man-made evolution. No one doubts the wisdom of managing the germplasm of agricultural stocks, so why not apply the same concept to human stocks? Among Huxley's many distinguished positions, one which stands out was that of being the first ever Director General of UNESCO, the United Nations Educational, Scientific, and Cultural Organization. The job of the organization being to bring culture to the Third World. Culture being the worldwide spread of eugenic philosophy. It will be important for UNESCO to see that
they call eugenics culture. Peep that. They ain't have no culture, so they called it culture. They ain't have no eugenic, they ain't have no culture, so they studies culture. They call what they use in a chain for culture. That's crazy. That's crazy, bro. It's crazy. It's crazy, bro. For real. For real. That's the fact. Dealing with these folks, they British, all them. They ain't the original British people. That's what I'm saying. Cause it said the British eugenics something. It was some type of society. They ain't have no type. They wasn't the original British. The original British was copper colored people. All these nations was copper colored. That's what I'm saying. Every nation we dealing with was copper colored folk. Everybody was copper colored down there. When you get some real deep researchers and they really go pay for some records, go to the archive, pay for some records. You can go pay for some records. You gonna pay who your people is. But it's so much alteration going on now. You try to go find out who your people is, boy. Because you gotta understand, certain families were targeted as well. Cause some people didn't even really have to go to no archive. Once they got certain families got certain leads where once they can get a couple a certain name, a certain last name, and they'd have been good. They'd have been good. Last name, certain folk with a certain last name. They go up there, hey man, I got this money. I'm trying to get this particular record or these particular documentations of these folk right here. And they say a name, they get their stuff. And they already had been having a lead on just based on wills, land, whatever land they family had, whatever. And they go boom. Man, I'm trying to go get this documentation, these records on these people right here. It's so much right now. It's so much alteration going on. I wouldn't be surprised if certain families, information was altered. But now it's openly done. the Vatican got databases, profiles on certain folk, family. They got life profiles on you, a life worth of profiles. Life, a whole profile. So it's like, man, come on, bro. What happened to it, man?
The eugenic problem is examined with the greatest care, and that the public mind is informed of the issues at stake, so that much that now is unthinkable may at least become thinkable. Darwinism is a religion to the global power elite, who do believe themselves superior to the masses of humanity. Humanism and transhumanism were clever disguises, created specifically so that global eugenics operations could be carried out without being noticed. Insiders referred to their continued work as crypto-eugenics, as they were carried out covertly. Prominent among this crowd was the grandson of Charles Darwin, Charles Galton Darwin, a distinguished fellow of the Royal Society and president of the British Eugenics Society. In 1952, his book, The Next Million Years, was published. In it, he describes 5 great revolutions throughout human history, the 5th of which had not yet happened, but when it did, it would kickstart the next million years of human evolution. This 5th revolution would involve using science to alter human nature itself, possibly creating a race of supermen. This, of course, is the familiar transhumanist ideal of the post-human. If man is really a tame animal, there is no reason why breeds of man should not be created. Although Galton Darwin was skeptical at this point, because he believed that man is untamable. He goes on to illustrate this point with a hypothetical story of an island in which a visionary director gathers a variety of highly skilled people and institutes a social Darwinistic breeding program. Members of the island breed with each other based on their unique talents, intelligence, or beauty. For instance, 2 athletic people would give birth to a new generation of superior athletes. The population would become tame, but the island's director would not. Though it might conceivably be possible to tame the majority of mankind, this could only be done by leaving untamed a minority of the population. Moreover, this minority would have to be the group possessing the most superior qualities of all. The message is clear. Darwin is legitimizing the elite ruling class, which he himself is a part of. The 3rd tenet of Darwinism, that sexual instinct causes conflict, is also addressed in this book. Galton Darwin offers up a scientific solution. With the knowledge of the various sexual hormones, it might also become possible to free the majority of mankind from the urgency of sexual impulse, so that they could live contented, celibate lives. He goes on and on about how the struggle for survival will cause global conflict, and that eugenics operations will be a necessity to control population growth. He applauds China for its long history of civil services, which predate those of Europe by millennia. China is described as the model type of civilization for a world which will ultimately be unified through technology. Galton Darwin has a fascination with insects, stating that humans should resemble workers in an anthill. He goes on to say, there might be a drug which, without other harmful effects, removed the urgency of sexual desire, and so reproduced in humanity the status of workers in a beehive. It is this human beehive which has been the ideal society in the eyes of elites for a very long time. This will be the template for post-humanity, the ultimate slave race, scientifically designed to never rebel. The transhumanists have a popular term, hive mind, which refers to the giant collective intelligence which will be created when people the world over link their brains together with technology. Their general belief is that this new experience will be wonderful, creating a whole new superintelligence through symbiotic existence. In reality, the hive mind will be Galton Darwin's beehive, the creation of the new man, which has been written about for many years.
I'm totally convinced that the human race is being mutated according to a scientific method. We know that there have been experiments done as far back as the 1920s and 30s of trying to crossbreed animals with humans. The Germans were doing that.
Right. What do you say? Crossbreeding animals with humans. They've been doing that for a while, man. Why you think everybody running around? What's up, big dog? What's up, big dog? Referring themselves to certain animals. You got, who was that was doing that? It was an interview. I can go straight to it, bro. It's an interview where Steve Harvey, like, not to digress, man, but we gonna get it. You gotta get that, man. The whole cat wheel thing that was going on. Right. We're gonna grab it. Salaki. Right, like, right, let me grab these. Hold on, man. As much as I don't really want to give this no type of, you know. It's like, hold on, man. Let's see, hold on, man. I'm trying to grab. I don't know why they ain't got them. It was on there though. It's like, oh, here we go. I believe this one right here, man.
You know, a lot of people think that in order to conceal carry, you're going to need a tactical belt and a set of jeans. Well, I'm here to tell you.
You know, I've always been on tour with some real monsters, man.
See what I mean? You already started out monsters, then you're going to hear apes, then you're going to hear dogs, then you're going to hear, come on, man, you're going to hear it. Here you go.
Kings. You know, I've been on stage with Sid, DL, and Bernie Mac at the same time. It's always been a camaraderie. Right. You know what I mean? We're going out here to give the people the best show we can give them. And that's the way we've always promoted comedy shows. Now, you know, to turn this into some type of little beef, that ain't got nothing to do with me. That ain't how I do. Now, you know, I done heard all of the YouTubes and I done heard all the interviews and all like that. But that ain't got nothing to do with me. So this is a little beef thing that everybody wanna start, cause you wanna make a name for yourself. That's cool, do you? You ain't gonna do it right here though. You ain't gonna build no reputation on Steve Harvey. So I've been doing this a long time. So now whatever you gonna do is cool. Just do you. You do you. So I have nothing to prove. All I got to do is keep being Steve Harvey that he been for over 20 years. Yeah. Of walking out there on stage. Yeah. And bringing that sunshine. Yeah. I'm going to bring it. But, you know, when you hear all the chatter, you know, it kind of, you go.
So it kind of hit you? Kind of like a little unexpected?
For what? Yeah. For what? But, you know, like I always
And we
say,
love you.
Bro, look here.
We love you.
Little dogs bark the most. Okay, but please understand that a Rottweiler that got off the plane last night in Detroit. See, here's what my father taught me. The reason I ain't been coming into town getting all of this back and forth. Yeah. This is what my father told me a long time ago. Dogs don't bark in parked cars. You understand? They only bark at a car that's moving. But now when you run your little ass over there and you and the car stop, you got to get right back up on your porch. Because that car now, the car might start up again. Don't get your little tail mashed. But you know, it's like this though, Frank. You know, I always been real cool with Cat. You know, it should have been like this. You know, if you gonna take that angle, what you should have did was call your boy up and say, "Hey man, look, I'm just gonna be selling some tickets. This how I'm gonna do it." Yeah. You know, but let me know, because if you're gonna use my name as the stepping stone, so you can, like he say, try to prove that he number one. Right. I took my family on vacation. You know, I was out with my kids playing and stuff. You know, we've been hanging out. I come back and all this stuff on YouTube, all these interviews over Detroit, all these radio stations. I got family up here, friends. Yeah. You know, Steve, man, when you gonna say something? I don't gotta say nothing. I am the original Kings of Comedy. And I can go with that right there. Right. Now, until you done sold them kind of tickets, move them numbers, and you done been on the stage with some more gorillas. See, it's cool when you've been the only gorilla on stage. Yeah. But I've been on stage with more gorillas. When you've been the only giant on the stage, you got to share the stage with another giant. There should be a sense of humility about that. There should be a sense of respect. And right now, it just ain't no respect. You understand? I just want to live my life to the fullest,
Right. Up to my, you done went from man, giant, and gorilla, and like, man, that's what's being referred to as people. People referring themselves to that, right? It's crazy. Right?
All
all the main eugenicists, Margaret Sanger, H.G. Wells, the Princes, Prince Bernhard, said they're going to make two different species, and then BBC, while I was making the film, showed this little goblin creature that we're going to be, and then they're going to be these beautiful blonde-haired, blue-eyed people, and they hate us so much, they want to make themselves better than us, so they actively want to kill most of us and then have a clown goblin creature that they call the old humans that they laugh at.
That's exactly right.
We know the GMO food's changing our genetics. We know we're genetically getting dumber, not just chemically. Go ahead. This is massive, folks.
That's right. That's what I've been looking at for 48 years. The complete transformation and transmutation of the human spirit into a whole new kind of creature.
Transhumanism fills people's minds with hopes and dreams of becoming superhuman. But the fact of the matter is that the true goal is the removal of that pesky human sexual urge, and ultimately, of free will itself. Post-humanity will be a new human which has been genetically engineered and brain-chipped for total control. Part man and part machine, the new man will no longer be in need of his sexual reproductive function. I understand that this is not what the average transhumanist wants to hear, but we must realize that such a bizarre and horrific future is not only possible, it is intended. Although we won't arrive at this point overnight, first we must step into the world of virtual reality, where our identity as purely human will blend with that of our new virtual persona.
In virtual reality, you can be someone else. You don't have to be the same boring person all the time. I mean, you all have these personalities inside you that don't quite fit with your bodies in real reality. So basically, most people just, kill them all off. Some people don't actually keep any of their personalities, which reminds me of some of my old boyfriends, but that's another story.
And you read the eugenicists, read the government plans, they are now doing it, inserting us into a matrix. You're being sucked into your iPhone, sucked into your video games, you're already interfacing.
By 2020, there'll be an entire three-dimensional universe in cyberspace, with virtual countries and governments, virtual schools and universities, virtual property and stock markets, and virtual families and friends.
Virtual reality is going to become more and more like real reality, but have the advantage that I can share a virtual reality environment with someone else, even if they're hundreds of miles apart, and we can be in the same environment, and we can be other people, and we can change environments quickly, and it has a lot of advantages over real reality.
I think in 10 years, things like Second Life will become as prevalent as email is now. And I think virtual worlds will become a similar way for people to get together, communicate, collaborate.
I can see in the future that it's going to be so much more capable than it is today, and I'm going to love it.
If a machine is passing down signals that keep you completely happy, then why not be part of the Matrix? I really do think Neo in the Matrix trying to destroy things, he's a bit of a party pooper. Life for humans in a Matrix could be really cool.
To give skeptics the benefit of the doubt, perhaps this version of post-humanity is pure speculation. However, converging technology does present the need for radical change within society, no matter how it is applied. This point is made over and over again in the National Science Foundation 2001 report. The age of transitions refers to the fact that global society will be in flux during a time of massive changes. Making this point clear, the report goes on to explain the need for sociotech, which is the predictive science of societal behavior. The multiple drivers of human behavior have long been known. Now, through the decoding of complex systems, a completely predictable and managed society can be realized. To use the tremendous computing power we now have to integrate data across these fields, to create new models and hence new understanding of the behavior of individuals. The ultimate goal is acquiring the ability to predict the behavior of an individual and, by extension, of groups. Using tools and approaches provided by science and technology will raise our ability to predict behaviors. It will allow us to interdict undesirable behaviors before they cause significant harm to others, and to support and encourage behaviors leading to greater social goods. The enforcement of pre-crime, as in the film Minority Report, is their stated goal. The planning of this Orwellian system has even spawned a whole new science, memetics, which is the study of memes. A meme is any idea which passes from one person to others, eventually becoming a norm throughout society. Memetics would allow a deeper understanding of the collective cognitive processes throughout society. The applications are, of course, oriented toward social Darwinism.
Memetics is founded on the principle of universal Darwinism. Darwin had this amazing idea. Indeed, some people say it's the best idea anybody ever had, because the idea was so simple, and yet it explains all design in the universe. All design in the universe.
Certain ideas may have the force of a social virus. We can't let any social viruses bring down the species now, can we? Prior efforts to Darwinize culture have a long and ignoble history. What is new that might allow progress this time around? Not surprisingly, the report also gives a visionary solution to the war on terror. Sociotech can help us win the war on terrorism. It can help us to understand the motivations of the terrorists and so eliminate them. At this point, it's important to understand the legal definition of the term terrorist. Since 9/11, a mountain of legislation has been passed, including the Patriot Act, the Military Commissions Act, the John Warner Defense Act, and countless others, all of which have, through their legislative cunning, rendered the term terrorist so ambiguous that you can be deemed a terrorist for any reason at all. You can be taken to a secret prison without charges, without habeas corpus, and with no rights whatsoever. These laws were not written on a whim. They were specifically designed to give the government carte blanche authority over the people during the chaos and confusion of the age of transitions.
And so this transition is perhaps the most important transition of all time. Some people don't want it. They fear this transition because this transition is to a planetary civilization tolerant of many cultures. These are the terrorists. In their gut, they fear this because they know they are witnessing the birth pangs of the beginning of a new planetary civilization, and the terrorists want nothing to do with it.
It states that as global interdependence increases, every aspect of human life will change. Climate change, competition for resources, shortages of food and water, and the constant threat of pandemics will keep people in a worldwide state of shock. As the middle class in the West declines, extremist politics will be embraced by some out of desperation. Flash mobs will threaten military forces, which admittedly will be working alongside police. As America and Europe decline in power, China and India are expected to gain prominence on the global stage. The population of the West will decrease due to declining fertility. The report mentions this declining fertility on 3 separate occasions, but interestingly, never explains the cause of this problem. Amid all this crisis, technological breakthroughs will develop at an unprecedented rate. Human-computer interfaces will stimulate cultural change. By 2035, an implantable information chip could be developed and wired directly to the user's brain. Synthetic sensory perception beamed direct to the user's senses. It is likely that the majority of the global population will find it difficult to turn the outside world off. ICT is likely to be so pervasive that people are permanently connected to a network or two-way data stream with inherent challenges to civil liberties. Being disconnected could be considered suspicious. Disconnecting from the hive mind will get the military police at your door in no time. Presumably at this point, they will be super soldiers. So if you're lucky, they'll drag you off to a forced labor camp as opposed to simply just bashing your brains in. What kind of class structure will exist in this nightmare world? A small, super rich elite and a substantial underclass of slum and subsistence dwellers. Where are those techno-progressives when you need them? A more permissive R&D environment could accelerate the decline of ethical constraints and restraints. The speed of technological and cultural change could overwhelm society's ability to absorb the ethical implications. The nearest approximation to an ethical framework could become a form of secular utilitarianism in an otherwise amoral scientific culture. The ultimate form of social Darwinism will be welcomed at long last. Galden's religion will reign supreme as the younger generations make eugenics a normal part of their life. Declining youth populations in Western societies could become increasingly dissatisfied with their economically burdensome baby boomer elders. This could lead to a civic renaissance with strict penalties for those failing to fulfill their social obligations. It might also open the way to policies which permit euthanasia as a means to reduce the burden of care for the elderly. Julian Huxley couldn't have said it better himself, but let's not forget Julian's brother, Aldous Huxley, author of Doors of Perception and A Brave New World. In 1962, he gave a lecture at the UC Berkeley, in which he clearly laid out the vision of this planned future society.
In the past, we can say that all revolutions have essentially aimed at changing the environment in order to change the individual. Today, we are faced, I think, with the approach of what may be called the ultimate revolution, the final revolution, where a man can act directly on the mind-body of his fellows. The nature of the ultimate revolution with which we are now faced is precisely this, that we are in process of developing a whole series of techniques which will enable the controlling oligarchy, who have always existed and presumably always will exist, to get people actually to love their servitude. This is seems to me the ultimate in malevolent revolution, shall we say. First of all, to standardize the population, to iron out inconvenient human differences, create, so to say, mass-produced models of human beings arranged in some kind of a scientific caste system. A number of the predictions which were purely fantastic when I made them 30 years ago have come true or seem in process of coming true, not through terror, but through making life seem much more enjoyable than it normally does. Enjoyable to the point where, as I've said before, human beings come to love a state of things which by any reasonable and decent human standard they ought not to love. And this, I think, is perfectly possible. One of the more recent developments in the sphere of neurology, the implantation of electrodes in the brain. This, of course, has been done on a large scale. The behavior of rats with electrodes planted in different centers. The technique was that they had a bar which they pressed and which stimulated this pleasure center, which was evidently absolutely ecstatic, because these rats were pressing the bar 18,000 times a day. Apparently, if you kept them from pressing the bar for a day, they would press the bar 36,000 times on the following day and would fall till they fell down in complete exhaustion. And they would neither eat nor be interested in the opposite sex and would just go on pressing this bar. In the few cases in which this has been done with very sick human beings, the effects are evidently very remarkable. These people were suffering from uncontrollable depression. And they'd had the electrodes inserted into something resembling, evidently, the pleasure center of the rat. When they felt too bad, they just pressed a button on the battery in their pocket. And he said the result was fantastic. The sort of things that might happen. I mean, what might happen if these fantastically powerful techniques were used by unscrupulous people in authority? What on earth would happen? What sort of society would we get?
Mind control is the most important issue facing humanity today. All other issues, causes, choices, and electives are contingent upon our free thought. We all formulate our thoughts and our actions based on what we know. And we need to know that that knowledge base has been altered. It's been deliberately suppressed for decades. I've come a long way from the kind of robotic mind control that I experienced. And even though my experience is extreme and pretty horrific in many regards, the fact remains that mind control is a sliding scale. And we all experience some form of mind control or another, whether it's information control, that's absolutely controlling our perceptions, our abilities to respond, allowing for that superstition to creep in. And superstition so often renders us totally helpless to affect a situation.
The basic problem is that we are living in a virtual reality. We're living in a totally controlled environment, an environment that has been created by mass media. Now, many people, especially young people, accept unquestioningly the reality that is presented by the media. Popular culture, movies, television, music, carry messages about how society works and how people should behave. And so entertainment is not value-free. It has ideological content. It presents a worldview that influences the people who watch the programming. There is a reason why television networks and the music industry, the various companies, they have programming departments. The programming that we are constantly assaulted by throughout our life conditions us. It programs us to a particular worldview.
Take a look at some of the most popular television programs in our culture. American Idol, Survivor, game shows. All of these are designed to reinforce the social Darwinian concept of competition. In order to survive, you must outdo your competitors. This is a recurrent theme in our society. We have all been propagandized to have low self-esteem. The only way to feel good about yourself is to succeed. Success involves acquiring anything that is bigger and better. If you have to be disingenuous or downright conniving, that's okay, as long as you end up winning. We are expected to take this as a law of nature. After all, it's survival of the fittest. This is the way that species evolve. You don't want to hold humanity back now, do you? Think of the mass media that preys on our insecurities. Fitness magazines, fashion, obsession with celebrity, youth, wealth, and beauty. We are obsessed with youth and enhancement. And now, the ultimate form of enhancement is at our fingertips. Transhumanism offers the ultimate form of bettering yourself. You want to be young? How's eternal life sound? You want to be strong? Why not add some machine parts to your pathetic body? You want to be smart? Here, put this computer chip in your head and become omnipotent. If you think that transhumanism is being introduced into such a fiercely competitive world by chance, think again. We have all been trained like Pavlovian dogs with a non-stop barrage of propaganda. If we don't own up to this reality, then we will all be outdone by our superiors. Those people who have always believed themselves to be the pinnacle of human greatness. This is a top-down system, created from the top to benefit a very few at the top. We are at the bottom. But if we all wake up and realize that this is not our system, then it can be changed.
If you read the books by Plato, he being an aristocrat of his day and studying in Egypt, he believed this himself, and he wrote about it in his books.
Plato?
Uh-huh, yeah.
Yeah, and so the inferior ones like us, we don't have souls.
Well, yeah, but souls. See, in ancient times, and this was even taught in the early Christian church, you had body, soul, and spirit. And if you had all three, that was completion. That was the ultimate trinity. But they claimed that the people at the bottom never achieved or acquired spirit, so they were just soul. The soul had no intellect of its own, and you just went back into the big sea of pea soup and got mushed up.
Ah,
yeah.
I see. Oh, that's pretty wild.
And that's what Plato attributed their superior intellect and knowledge. And for the very fact they were aristocratic and successful, that's what he attributed that to, was that they came from these lineages that had spirit.
So they go on and evolve, but the rest of us go back into the primordial soup.
That's it, yeah.
That's pretty wild,
isn't it? Yeah.
All right, thanks, Alan.
Thanks for calling.
Life extension, singularity, and the promise of a golden age. Are we to believe in such a thing? Or are we being led down a primrose path, the proverbial road to hell? Post-human, a word not to be taken lightly, as it implies the end of the human race. Who has the authority to make such a decision? Only a god, or a power which believes itself to be a god, can take such action. I realize that many of you watching this have become hardened, jaded, and cynical in life. You may even believe that the human race doesn't deserve to live on, or at least that's what you think you believe. Now is the time to face that phantom in the mirror in order to find out what truly exists within the innermost core of your being. I sincerely hope you will understand that life is sacred, free will is a gift, and humanity is worth saving.
As the voltage increases, so their movements will occur involuntarily.
got one soldier left. He's out of bullets. He's got 40 insurgents coming at him. What do we got, Troy? We got a bayonet? What do we get for 2 or 3? Come on, you're the expert on bear spray. Give us something that can knock out 20, 30 people. This took some doing.
What do you think that robots are going to bring to our lives, our societies?
I think they'll be our best friends, our companions. I can't wait for Hugo to be a nanny and to help us in everything that we do.
The neurons from the rat's brain are put in the robot and linked up to electrodes. The brain makes decisions which are fed to the robot's motors.
I buy that the world is falling apart in every way. The main cause of it is overpopulation. Not the main. The cause of the world's destruction is there are too many people. No, I think there are too many stupid people.
A think tank in the UK says too many kids are what's making the planet worse.
Tasers are an integral part of what we do, and we thought you ought to see them.
The man led away in handcuffs and hopefully taken one of those secret prisons in Eastern Europe, never to be heard from.
Oh, I
hope that happens. Okay. We can only hope.
Lance, this sounds like some freaky science fiction book. Tell us what this is about. These two workers have microchips?
Right. Well, this is very, very real, and these microchips are about the size of a grain of rice. They get injected into your skin. They have a computer chip, a transceiver, and basically they can talk to an electromagnetic reading device, and can allow you to open doors, access databases, and these devices, RFID is what this is called, is really starting to permeate our lives.
Brain reprogramming techniques that sounds ominous.